any elected official truly knew what it was like to be in my position, I think their mind would be completely changed. Try and look in my shoes, and not only knowing what it's like to be shot at your school, a place where you're supposed to feel safe enough to go learn for 6 hours a day, and losing my best friend. My community was shattered. And now I have all of this emotional and physical healing to do that mind would no one should have to do, period.
The kids making noise, going on walkouts, they will vote you out or support your career. It's not about me. I'm here because of my son, but they're here because of them. Listen to those voices. Those are the ones that are going to decide your political future.
We were counting on you, giving you our vote, and you have done nothing regarding gun violence. That is happening every single day, and it took my son 5 years ago.
When you are affected by gun violence, it's every day of your life. It's not something that just goes away after a year. Even if you weren't shot, you have like trauma for the rest of your life.
We need to focus on trauma-informed special help for victims of gun violence. And there isn't a single person in Washington, D.C. that could possibly say, that's a bad idea.
Over 100 people a day are dying of gun violence, and that's gun violence of all kinds, not just the type of mass shooting that I survived. And that's 100 families every day whose lives are being changed forever. And please to remember them in the work that they're doing. This is a real epidemic in this country, but it is one that is curable.
Your family is not affected by gun violence. Mine is. So I think you should try to help these people who are losing their lives to violence instead of trying to help people to keep making these guns and keep selling these guns.
You know, here's the deal. There's almost 400 million guns in America now. There's about 25 million assault rifles. Those guns need to be locked up. 76% of all school shootings are, the school shooter uses a gun that's unsecured from home or a relative's home. So I could rattle off, 10 school shootings that could have been absolutely prevented if that gun owner had just stepped up and stored their weapon.
You have children that are depressed. You have children who are missing their loved ones. And that's what I would say to that lawmaker. When you're making those decisions and thinking about these gun laws and making changes, please consider the families who are left behind.
If you are on the wrong side of this, you may still be serving, but you will be fired. So the choice is work to reduce gun violence, to pass meaningful legislation to save lives, or just know we are not going to stop working to fire you from the work you're doing now.
We need you to step up, grow a backbone, and put policies in place that keep us safe. We are Americans. We are expert at solving problems. This is a problem that is ripping our soul apart. Solve it.
Good morning, everyone.
An official truly.
It is so wonderful to see so many familiar faces and some new ones. This is my favorite time of the year. I was telling people my name is Nick Wilson, by the way. I'm the Senior Director of Gun Violence Prevention at CAP. You guys have know me from all the emails I've been sending. I was telling some of my colleagues that I have a small apartment in Baltimore where I don't have enough room to host dinner parties. So this is my big dinner party. Getting married next year, it's gonna be a lot smaller than this. So this is very exciting to have all of you. And so thank you all for coming so early. It's great to see a packed crowd. We'll have some more survivors coming in throughout the day that are in town for the vigil. So I hope you welcome them when they arrive. I wanted to just do a little place setting for what we're gonna be talking about the next 2 days, and then we'll do a little housekeeping. It's after a couple of years of really violent years where gun deaths have climbed in cities and rural counties across the country, we should celebrate that in 2023, we are on track to see the largest one-year decline in murder rates in modern US history. We're gonna be doing a lot of celebrating this next couple of days, so let's do that. But we can't also have to remember that gun violence is still higher than when the pandemic started, and the reductions in violent crime and murders have not been felt evenly across the country. This year, gun violence has fallen much faster in states with stronger gun laws, while states with weak gun laws have seen marginal, if any, improvements in public safety. We're an increasingly a divided country, and I don't just mean politically. We're increasingly seeing two Americas when it comes to gun violence and public safety. States with decent gun laws are strengthening their laws and investing in prevention and the root causes of gun violence, while states with weak gun laws are allowing the gun lobby to dismantle the few policies that are keeping their communities safe and protecting their constituents. For example, last year, Alabama, Ohio, Indiana, and Georgia passed permitless carry bills, meaning a majority of US states, almost anyone can carry a concealed handgun in public and makes it harder for law enforcement to solve violent crimes. We know these laws increase violent crime by double digits, and we see increases in firearm robberies, gun thefts, workplace homicides, and mass shootings. Yet elected officials are giving in to the gun lobby lies that guns make us safer or that gun laws don't work, risking the safety of their voters. Furthermore, more counties and sheriffs are refusing to enforce gun laws, making everyone less safe and enabling trafficking to neighboring states and countries. Yet, thanks to the tireless efforts of survivors and gun violence prevention activists, many of whom are in this room or watching on the live stream at home, our movement is growing and making important progress to save countless lives. For example, Congress passed the Bipartisan Safer Community Acts last year, and those policies and investments are making a real difference in everyday Americans' lives. We'll hear later today from the ATF Director Dettelbach, who's been working with many people in this room to ensure that we close loopholes and go after ghost guns and make sure that people that we're profiting off of selling guns aren't doing it without doing background checks or following the law. Yet we're continuing to see incredible strength and wins at the state level. Over the next 2 days, you'll hear about how a dedicated coalition of advocates in California spent years to pass a tax to provide sustainable funding for violence prevention, how Illinois continues to strengthen both gun laws and investing in prevention and survivors. After a multi-year campaign, Maryland passed a really strong child access prevention law. And let's not forget that elections matter. Michigan and Minnesota passed foundational gun laws after many years of effort, and a successful ballot initiative in Oregon made the state a leader overnight. Over the next few days, I want us to celebrate this progress, but we can't ignore the challenges facing us in the movement. The recent New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Bruin decision, as we just call it Bruin, by the Supreme Court threatens to invalidate longstanding gun laws and necessary at the state and federal level. Recently, many of us were at the Supreme Court for rallies and speeches about the Rahimi case, which will make it, if Rahimi succeeds as a plaintiff, we won't be able to disarm domestic abusers, and we'll see more gun deaths, especially from vulnerable women. And while the Rahimi arguments did go well, and I'm confident that even this extremist court will side with us and against this very unsympathetic plaintiff, we must be prepared for litigation as people try to chip away at our hard-fought wins. As policymakers of the federal, state, and local levels strive to put forth public safety proposals that meet this moment, there's a grave risk that we will repeat the mistakes of the past. We're at an inflection point that's also an opportunity. We have the chance to prevent mothers and fathers from losing their children to gun violence, to close the revolving door of mass incarceration that is destabilizing entire communities, and to invest in the jobs, education, housing, trauma recovery, and healthcare that will keep us all safe. We cannot continue to fuel the status quo that depends only on police, prosecutors, and judges to deliver public safety. Real public safety requires a holistic approach to both accountability and prevention. Over the next 2 days, we're here to grow and diversify our movement, because together we must work together to win. We need to improve our messaging, both pushing it back against the dangerous lies that the gun lobby is pushing, and also presenting our affirmative vision for safe and healthy communities where everyone can thrive. Now, if you look in your packet, yours is blue, mine's orange, because I leave this around a lot of places. You'll see we have a really packed agenda. You'll see on the nicely brightly colored one, it's just the name of the panels, but you'll see that we have topics from, we'll have a breakout session featuring survivors talking about how to maintain resilience and self-care, but we're proud that thanks to the steering committee, we have a survivor on pretty much every panel because they should be part of every decision that's made, whether it's policy, messaging, or advocacy. I'm very excited for a breakout panel that's featuring, it just happened to be, it's supposed to be about Latinos in the movement. It happened to be 4 great Latina women that are doing excellent work, both at the federal, state, and local levels. And it's one of the most important growing constituencies. They're being also harmed by gun violence, and we need to make sure that their voices are heard and centered. You're going to hear from many of our young leaders, both in a workshop, so you can learn how to both recruit, listen, and elevate these leaders, but we'll also hear from them giving speeches from this podium, because we want to demonstrate that we are also elevating and listening to the young survivors that hold us accountable, that don't take no for an answer, and keep pushing us forward as a movement. We're going to talk about the long-term impact of gun violence on gunshot survivors. We're going to push the conversation forward on gun industry accountability, not just for lawyers and for the courts, but how everyone in this room can take a part in doing that. We're going to talk about how the media coverage needs to improve. It needs to be solutions forward and not just come in after a mass shooting, but how to really understand the pain and grief and long-term recovery that's required in many of these communities after the cameras leave. We're going to hear from some exciting elected officials. We're excited to have Representative Castro tomorrow. We're excited to have Congressman Lucy McBath later today. But really, I want you to come to the breakout sessions really engaged and ready to participate. And I hope that you come away with new friends, new ideas, and new passion that will bring you into the new year to accomplish all that we need to, because we're up against a lot of challenges, but together we're going to succeed. And that's why I come back year after year to this conference. And I know that's why I see so many familiar faces that do the same. Now I'm going to do a little housekeeping. First of all, thank you. Let's welcome everybody that is watching online. And for people in the room, can you make sure that you turn off your cell phones? It's very distracting. If there's seats in the front rows, we welcome you to come up and take those seats. It's comfortable and it looks good for the cameras that are watching online. So you'll be my favorites if you fill in those seats. But I was the cool kid in the back of the class. No, I was not the cool kid. You know that. I know everybody's very excited to see each other. But please, when you're in the lobby, please keep your voices down, try to be quiet, be respectful. Once we do breakout sessions, we're going to close this divider. And so we're going to have 2 different sessions. And so it will really bleed through if you don't keep your voices down. We do have spaces upstairs on the 2nd floor where you can also have your lunch later today. So you can meet there. We have a couple phone rooms if you need to take a call, ask one of the friendly CAP staff. And they'll show you a place where you can take that call. I know you're all very busy and you all made a lot of sacrifices to be here, both professionally and personally. So I appreciate that. We are going to have a question and answer section. Please keep your questions as short and with a question mark, because we do want to get through a lot. We have a very tight agenda. Some of these panels could speak for 3 hours and I would be taking notes furiously. So we're going to do our best to fit in a lot of information. Also this, I really want to thank the CAPS event team, the staff, especially my team. I'm really blessed to have, Arnita Holloman. You might have met my colleagues Allison and Chandler when you were checking in. But I also want to thank the steering committee because, this is held at CAP. It's the 9th summit. It's our honor to host all of you, but we really want this to be everyone's summit. And we're really proud of the time that everybody took from the steering committee to help us figure out the logistics, help us decide panels, and then find the best speakers, because we don't want the same speakers year after year. We try to make sure that if someone spoke last year, we gave somebody else a chance. So if you were on the steering committee, would you please stand up so we can give you a round of applause? I see you back there, Reggie. So once again, I really appreciate everyone coming. Please do review the community guidelines. Just, I know most of you guys are all very kind and supportive of each other, but just keep in mind that we're not all experts. We might not all have the same agreement on tactics, but we're all in this together. Another thing that I'm very happy with that we were able to bring back Brandy Thompson as our licensed counselor for the next couple of days. We're gonna be talking about emotionally heavy topics. People are gonna be sharing their stories. We're gonna have some videos. Please, 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 at any time, if you need to step out, we have a quiet room just around the corner. You'll see some signs. It's a place where you can just hang out if you get a little overwhelmed, or you just need a quiet place. But we will have Brandy, who will come introduce herself and do a little wellness exercise. You can get familiar with her. But just please, at any time, she's here just to talk. And if you need anything, please don't hesitate. But we're very fortunate that she's taken the time to join us. So I'd like to introduce Brandy Thompson.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Oops. So today I'm going to take you through a mindfulness exercise called progressive muscle relaxation. Excuse me. Progressive muscle relaxation is an exercise to help reduce stress, anxiety in your body, and to have you slowly tense and relax each muscle in your body. It can provide an immediate feeling of relaxation, and it's best to practice it frequently. With this experience, you'll be able to feel more aware of what you're experiencing in your body. So I want you to remember to tense every muscle that I described, but also not to the point of strain, especially if you have an injury. Pay special attention to the feeling releasing as you're doing that, and then resulting in a feeling of relaxation as a result. So let's begin. Sit back in a comfortable position. Shut your eyes if you're comfortable doing so. Begin by taking a deep breath and noticing the feeling of air filling your lungs. Hold that breath for a few seconds. Release the breath slowly and let the tension leave your body. Take in another deep breath and hold it. Again, slowly release the air. Even slower now, take another breath. Fill your lungs and hold the air. Slowly release the breath and imagine the feeling of tension leaving your body. Now move your attention to your feet. Begin to tense your feet by curling your toes in the arch of your foot. Hold on to the tension and notice what it feels like. Release the tension in your foot. Notice the new feeling of relaxation. Next, begin to focus on your lower leg. Tense the muscles of your calves. Hold them tightly and pay attention to the tension. Release the tension from your lower legs. Again, notice the feeling of relaxation. Remember to continue to take deep breaths. Next, tense the muscles of your upper leg and pelvis. You can do this by tightly squeezing your thighs together. Make sure you feel the tenseness without going to the point of strain. And release. Feel the tension leave your muscles. Begin to tense your stomach and your chest. You can do this by sucking your stomach in. Squeeze harder. Hold the tension a little bit longer. Release the tension and allow your body to go limp. Notice yourself feeling the relaxation. Continue to take deep breaths. Breathe in slowly. Notice the air filling your lungs and hold it. Release the air slowly. Feel it leaving your lungs. Next, tense the muscles in your back by bringing your shoulders together behind you. Hold them tightly. Tense them as hard as you can without straining. Keep holding. Release the tension from your back. Feel the tension slowly leaving your body and the new feeling of relaxation. Notice how different your body feels when you allow it to relax. Tense your arms up all the way from your hands to your shoulders. Make a fist and tight squeeze all the way up your arm and hold it. Release the tension from your arms and shoulders. Notice the feeling of relaxations in your fingers, hands, arms, shoulders. Notice how your arms feel limp at ease. Move up to your neck and your head. Tense your face and your neck by distorting the muscles around your eyes and your mouth. Release the tension. Again, notice the feeling of relaxation. Finally, tense your entire body. Tense your feet, legs, stomach, chest, arms, head, and neck. Tense harder without straining. Hold the tension. Now release. Allow your whole body to go limp. Pay attention to the new feeling of relaxation and how different the feeling is from the feeling of tension. Begin to wake your body up slowly by moving your muscles. Adjust your arms and your legs. Stretch your muscles and open your eyes when you're ready. I hope you guys have a great day. Thank you.
As you can see, Brandy is wonderful and we're lucky to have her. So please take advantage of the opportunity to just say hi. And again, the quiet room will be around the corner. She'll be there for part of the time and she'll be making the rounds a bit. So please reach out. Now it is my great honor to introduce our next guest. His name is Will Roberts. He's the Senior Vice President of the Rights and Justice here at CAP. I'm going to share just a few facts with him and let him get up here. He has broad expertise in civil rights, racial justice, and pro-democracy work. Before joining CAP, he was a legislative director and chief counsel for Rep. Jamie Raskin, one of my personal favorites. And he's a proud alumnus of Howard University. And lastly, I'm very lucky to call him my boss. So Will, if you can please come on up.
Well, thank you, Nick. I'm proud to call you my colleague. I don't like the B word here. And thank you, Brandy, for that. I feel relaxed. I don't know about you all. Made me realize how tense I am normally, how much tension I'm carrying. So, well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Center for American Progress. As Nick said, I'm Will Roberts, pleased to be the Senior Vice President for Rights and Justice here at CAP. And it's my pleasure to welcome you all here today for your 9th Annual Gun Violence Prevention Summit. CAP is honored and excited to host you. Such an esteemed group here of advocates, scholars, policymakers, and thinkers, important stakeholders, and survivors in the gun violence prevention movement, and from other parts of the social justice constellation as well. and looking forward to the engagement that you're going to do on some of the toughest challenges and greatest opportunities facing the work that you do in the fight to end the scourge of gun violence in America. The cadre of folks gathered here over the next 2 days, I don't have to tell you this, but I will anyway. You all are really the vanguard in this fight. And it's really critical to the work that you all do to ensure that, across America, no matter your race, wealth, health, ability, or background, that everyone should get the opportunity to be safe from gun violence, no matter where they live. As I said, it's a thing that everyone deserves and something that we're all working towards here. And we know that sadly, that's not the case for many people around our nation. We know every day there are hundreds of people. Today, in fact, there are going to be hundreds of people who are going to be shot in the United States of America. We know that a portion of those will lose their lives and many more, another portion of those will go on to survive. And those ripples impact through families, through communities, in ways that are seen and unseen, but ways that you all think about and work on every day. And so, we know that there are many who tomorrow will wake up after watching the news tonight or in the morning in fear of a tragedy that occurred today or in fear of a tragedy that might occur tomorrow. And so it's why the work that you all do is so critical. It's why the work that Nick and our fantastic gun violence prevention team here at CAP does is so important. Just I know Nick sort of called the role there, but I want to lift up again Nick, Arnita Hollerman, Allison Jordan, and Chandler Hall of our gun violence prevention team, who are phenomenal colleagues, both in our department, but across the institution. And they're really marshaling the work that we're doing here at CAP to look at these issues intersectionally, working across all of the policy areas that we have here, from racial equity and criminal justice reform, working with our domestic and international policy experts, our courts and legal policy experts, folks in the democracy team, folks in our women's initiative, and much more to figure out how we can, from a multifaceted perspective, work on these issues. CAP, prides ourselves, right, as our bread and butter on working across these issue sets, and especially working through a racial equity lens as we are examining these policies and making sure that as we lay out solutions that we are staying away from exacerbating the unintended consequences, ensuring that we are certainly not aiding to the ballooning of mass incarceration or increasing racial disparities. And so Nick and his team have really been leading and guiding us here for years as we figure out how to balance those carceral solutions that are focused on what we know is a small number of people in the country driving gun violence with important public health approaches and investments that address the root causes of violence. And so we certainly know also that work is not happening in a vacuum. Nick mentioned my background in working on democracy issues here at CAP. One of the things that we've been doing together with our democracy team and others is looking at the way that this issue is connected with the very dangerous rhetoric that we see today in our politics and public discourse, and the very real and present threats that the prevalence of and the rise of hate and the easy access to guns poses to our very democracy. And so all of you have a tough task in working on these issues every day. And you're really brave and tireless in that work, knowing that you're up against, by the way, one of the oldest and most powerful special interest lobbies in our country. And yet, you all, through your collective work, have figured out how to start to seed some cracks and some fissures in that iron grip. You can clap for that. You did that. Nick mentioned certainly the passage of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. We know and are going to celebrate and hear from folks from the new White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Right, that's work that you all did. Give it up for those folks. That's work that you all did. That's work being led by members of this community, right, in the White House, in the administration, all aimed at things that people told you couldn't be done before because of the power of the gun lobby. And so, you know, although the road is still long and the fight is still hard, we are making progress together and moving America, you know, forward in the right direction. And so as you all gather over these next 2 days to strategize and plan and talk about the work ahead, we know that you do so with a not just a moral clarity and sense of purpose, but a real sense of inertia as we're moving towards that horizon every day of where you're trying to take us, where everyone in every community can be safe and live up to their potential, knowing that they're not going to be in fear of gun violence. So I just want to thank you and welcome you on behalf of CAP. Please make yourself at home, but really just to thank you seriously for the work that you all do in communities every day. And I look forward to the conversations and being ducking in and being a part of some of them and learning from you all. So thanks so much for coming. Look forward to the work and onward we go.
I do have some pretty great colleagues, don't I? Before I get into our next and our really special guest speakers, one unfortunate piece of housekeeping. There's been some construction you might have seen out on the street, and some of the construction workers hit a pipe that has kind of not been great to our bathrooms on the first floor. So we're getting that fixed, but in the meantime, there will be restrooms on the second floor you can use. And again, you can reach out to any of the staff at the table or anyone you see kind of running around that looks nervous, that you can go ask them, and they'll guide you, myself included. Now that we have that taken care of, I am just so excited that we have the next two gentlemen here. I'm pretty sure everyone in this room knows at least one of our two special guests, if not both. They were both here last year, and I think they've been at pretty much every summit that we've had. But before I get into kind of their bios or themselves, I really want us to take a second on our 9th anniversary to reflect on how far we have come. I remember coming to I think the first conference in 2015, and it was much smaller, and we were focused on a couple narrow policy issues, and we were just hoping to get something passed. 2016, that was a rough one. It was first week of December. As I remember, November was a rough time for some of us, and thinking like, what are we going to do? We have everybody in power seems to be working against us. And now coming to this year, we have people that that are survivors, that are passionate, that are experts, that are in this all for the right reasons, that are in the highest levels of government. We have Congressman Lucy McBath, a fierce advocate and survivor who lost her son to gun violence, who is now leading the way in Congress. We have Representative Maxwell Frost, one of us, the youngest member of Congress, putting in the bill for the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, pushing things forward. But I couldn't be more excited that we have both Greg Jackson and Rob Wilcox, two people that I have been just honored to work with for many years. Rob Wilcox is the smartest policy expert I know. He's my first call when I need to understand what's happening. He was the federal legal director for Everytown for Gun Safety, the nation's largest gun violence organization. And I don't think we would have the Bipartisan Safer Community Act if it wasn't for Rob's tireless efforts. And if we did, it definitely wouldn't be as strong, and it definitely wouldn't be saving the lives that it is today and continues to, with its billions of dollars investments and closing these loopholes that we've been trying to close for so long. Greg Jackson was most recently the executive director of Community Justice Action Fund and a national leader. Always save it for, I think, when they're in the room. They're getting off a Zoom call. They are always working. Yeah. Greg Jackson was the executive director of Community Justice Action Fund, a national leader, always advocating with his whole heart for communities and survivors of gun violence that don't always get the attention and, most importantly, the resources that they are entitled to. He was an architect of the Break of the Cycle of Violence Act, which would authorize an investment of $5 billion in local governments and community-based nonprofit organizations to establish community violence intervention programs. Both Greg and Rob know firsthand what it's like to be impacted by gun violence as survivors themselves, and they bring that with them every day into the tireless work that they do. And so I'm very excited to be able to honor and host these two amazing gentlemen who are the deputy directors of the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. As I said, if it wasn't for these gentlemen, we wouldn't have landmark legislation. We wouldn't be on the winning edge. But it's not just about them. It's about everybody who has advocated for years and worked hand in hand with all of us to get these elected officials in these positions, to get this White House office. And I can't think of two better gentlemen for us to put all of these hopes and weights and opportunities at their feet. And so once again, they're in the trenches working 24/7, and we're really grateful for their work. And I'm just so excited to have both Greg and Rob to tell us about what it's been like in their new career and what their hopes are for the coming year. So Greg and Rob, let's give a big round of applause.
I was in a hoodie in the back last year. Now I gotta wear a suit. This is rough.
You fill it out nice though.
Thanks. Turkey.
I'm Rob Wilcox, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. So many incredible friends, so many old faces, so many new faces, and so much opportunity. Right? I mean, this is a movement that heartbreak brings us here. I've seen it firsthand. We've lived it. I could stand here right now and tell you about the funeral for my cousin. The dust rising up, the sunlight coming in, I could see it. But I also remember that moment of hope that we could do better. And I remember coming to this movement thinking, well, we're really going to change this world. But when I got here in 2001, what I found out was it wasn't the gun safety movement about to work out of the White House. It was the gun lobby. And I remember this quote clear as day standing here now, where they said with that election, they were going to work out of the West Wing. And can you imagine how far we've come after 20 years that instead of them, it's us? So we're here to tell you a bit about what we're up to and what we're doing, but I'm going to kick it to my good friend, Greg, to tell you a bit about what got him here.
Yeah. Rob is, man, he's awesome, isn't he? We do these together a lot, and Rob just get in there and start working. But no, I mean, I know most of you. I think I've been to every CAP conference since I was involved. And as you all know, for me, 10 years ago, I was in the hospital, fighting to recover from being shot. And I'll never forget that feeling of just being just so weak, and feeling like there was nothing I could do. And all I could do was turn on the TV and watch Washington, make excuses, and watch the decision makers decide not to take action, and watch people who were privileged, who had the luxury of debating this issue, saying this wasn't important, that it's not happening in their district or in their community, or this only doesn't happen here, or that's because of those thugs and criminals over there, right? And oh, that was because of this person's mental health breakdown, and making all these excuses for something that had impacted me in such a traumatic way. And I think impacted almost everyone in this room in such a traumatic way, from all over the country. And it just felt like they were just spitting in our faces, and all I could do was sit there in my hospital bed and watch. And that lit a huge fire in me to step up, to speak out, to fight, sometimes fight some of y'all, I'm sorry, I'm sure y'all fought me too, but just to do all we could to change things, because I was so passionate about what needed to happen. And for so many years, no one even listened to us. They didn't even see us. And yet over those 10 years, I went to funerals, I went to mass shootings. I went to vigils with you. And all that time, we just were not being heard. But now we are, I would argue 9 years later, 8 years later, people started to wake up and listen. And they said, okay, you guys do have some policy ideas. Which bill do you want us to pass? And we said, oh, we got a whole bunch of bills, right? And whether that was Ethan's Law or the assault weapons ban or break the cycle of violence or bipartisan Safer Communities Act, I mean, we poured it on. We poured it on every single day. And I remember so many times we were on Zoom calls and we just weren't going to take their, is this film? Damn. We just weren't going to accept no for an answer. And it's working. It's working. I mean, we passed the first bill in over 30 years. Y'all know that. Dozens of executive actions. And then they were brave enough to put 2 activists and survivors in that building. And we walked in there like it was lunchtime. The first time we were like, all right, you know, like, okay, okay, y'all the ones that ain't been, okay, we got you. And so it's just so exciting to be there every morning at 9-10 a.m. We meet in the West Wing and we hear from the administration what their priorities are, and we're able to lay out what our priorities are and talk about the stories and the challenges, the changes, the activism, the movement, the work that you're doing, the petitions, the policies, but most importantly, we're able to make sure that our voices as survivors, as activists, and as a movement is never overheard again. And so we know there's a lot of work to do. We know there's a lot of pain. Unfortunately, there's new people in this room who experienced pain since the last conference. But in these 10 years, I'm just so excited to know that we will never be ignored again. So I'm excited about that.
So what do you think has changed the most, Greg?
So in the last 10 years, what I will say is what's changed more than anything is that so many new people are at the table and are pushing new ideas and solutions. And for too long, we've said that gun violence is a public health crisis, but we haven't taken a public health approach. This one bill, but we have this one solution. But as this movement grown and diversified, we start to bring forth new ideas. And now what we're seeing is a comprehensive view of the issue, a comprehensive package of approaches and strategies. And now what we're watching happening in the White House is that they can't just pass the ball to Congress. We just got off a call with the AmeriCorps, right? And we're going through every district and saying, okay, what is AmeriCorps doing to address gun violence? What is Small Business Administration doing to address gun violence? What is Housing and Urban Development doing to address gun violence? What's Department of Education doing? What's the Office of Science and Technology Policy, which I didn't know who they were or what they do, you know? Like, yeah, what you got, you know? Like, so that's a huge evolution, right? It's no longer like we just need one background check bill or one certain weapon banned. It's no, this is a public health crisis that all of government has a role to play. And that's what's already starting to change things, is that we're seeing everyone chip at it, right? Everyone's chipping at it. And now you have a team, and we're a little rude sometimes, but we can hold them accountable to following through on everything that they commit to. What changed for you, Will?
Look, I think the thing that
Will Cox.
Wall Street. So the truth is that we've had the ideas, and by growing our policy solutions, we've grown who's in the room. By growing who's in the room, we've grown who's taken action. And so I remember in 2013, and some of you were here for that too. I see my friend Tim Daly. And the truth is, we just didn't have that momentum. In 2013, after that tragedy, there was a bill on the Senate floor, and there was a Democratic senator who liked the policy. She said, this is a good policy. She said, I can't vote for it because I'm getting 7 calls from my constituents telling me to oppose to every 1 to support. That's just people power. 10 years later, last year, after another set of tragedies, this time with a bigger, broader, bolder, more diverse movement, filled with more people, we had to go back to that US Senate where there were still only 50 Democratic votes. We had to get more than 10. And this time, an Indiana senator, Republican, said, I like the policy and I'm going to vote for it because I'm getting 10 calls to support for every 1 opposed. And that to me is our movement, because we are going to bat not just for one policy, but for multiple gun safety policies, addressing the source of illegal guns with trafficking and closing the gun show loophole, funding extreme risk protection order laws, enhancing background checks, and investing in schools, community violence intervention, and mental health. Did you know that the Bipartisan Safer Community Act is the largest investment in youth mental health ever?
Ever.
Did you know that there's 40,000 counselors in schools right now, and this bill is adding 14,000, a 35% increase? It's not either or, it's both and.
Yeah.
And so I think that's what's changed for me, Greg, is that we are fighting for the broad, diverse set of policies we need to address this public health crisis with the movement behind it to call for action. And that's what's exciting. But now that we've passed this, Greg, what's the president asked us to do?
Yeah. So you all know our 4 charges, but we're going to get a little deeper into them. So the first one is to implement all these great executive actions in law. You already shared a few highlights. Rob, can you maybe give us 2 more highlights on implementation in our progress?
Yeah, look, so extreme risk laws. We've worked hard to pass those. We know that they can save a life. My aunt testified in the Senate. She said, you can always give a gun back, but you could never give a life back. And it's because we need those tools. We need those tools to keep people from hurting themselves and from hurting others. But a tool is no good if it sits in a toolbox. And so in that bill last year, we put $750 million into the implementation of extreme risk laws. And when we got there, we found out that that money hadn't gone out the door yet. But instead of shaking our heads like Angela just did, we got to work. And we made sure it was crystal clear how states could apply, what the rules of the road were, and then we convened them and they all came. And we encouraged them to get their plans in. And there's some people in this room who I know worked on them. And we made sure that those plans are getting in and that money gets approved and we actually start implementing these laws. And that means we don't just get to advocate, we get to do and we get to change. And those things are concrete differences that will make a difference, because the next time that tool comes out of the toolbox, we've saved lives. And so to me, that is one big step that we've taken in implementing that law. But what are some of the new things that you're excited about?
So one huge thing was where's my people from the Gun Violence Archive? Y'all here? There he is, my man. Good to see you. Give him a round of applause. He has been keeping data alive in America forever. So probably as long as that beard's been around, we've had some good archive data. But we went to the federal government and said, you all should be embarrassed, that he's running laps around you. And that's one man versus entire federal government. And when we look at the data that America provides around the issue of gun violence, it's laughable, right? The data's old, it's hard to get to, it's wonky. They have all these weird words in there. And even the reports typically put gun violence at the end and all the crime data up first. And so that has to change. And we made that very clear. We can't make smart decisions around resources if we don't know the data. And one big gap was that they don't have non-fatal injuries. And we know that in so many communities, especially in my neighborhood, there are more shootings where people are injured and maybe they recover, but their lives are still traumatized forever. And the resources and supports that they need are just as important, right, as someone who is hit with a personal weapon, which apparently is your hand. But there's more data on personal weapon injury than non-fatal gun violence. Sorry, Rob. So that was a huge thing. And so we've already met with, at this point, I would say, 4 different agencies, the health system, the U.S. Digital Services team, the Office of Science and Technology Policy. Basically, we've been gathering all the data brainiacs, we have a different word for them, and been holding them accountable to enhance this data the same way we've done with COVID-19, with every other major health crisis. We should be able to have that transparency so that activists, leaders, scientists, researchers, but most importantly, decision makers with resources have access to that data when they're prioritizing communities. So that was a huge one. I don't know if we can share all the ideas, but another one is, frankly, we know that with the community violence intervention work, we did a lot of great work to get American Rescue Plan funds available, but there's a real cliff coming. And I think every city knows that, every organization knows that. It's a huge concern. And we can't just allow that the cities to decide how much funding is needed to keep these life-saving programs rolling, especially if the federal resources are what jumpstart a lot of this expansion. So right now we see that cliff and we're building bridges. We're figuring out where can we find more pools of resources that can sustain violence prevention and intervention funding for decades, and how can we introduce that and bring that to the table? So we can't share exactly what that is yet, but those are two big things that we've already started and already have some pretty great progress on, enough to say on camera. So thanks.
So hopefully that gives you a sense of what we've been up to. Now, on top of that, we just pulled off the largest federal response ever to a mass shooting, as Greg has been leading as the White House coordinator, the first ever White House response to gun violence. And he has been building it across agencies. So we don't just show up for the victims and the survivors, but we show up for the community. Right? We have to go broader than just ensuring that folks have resources, which they absolutely have to do. And we think about unlocking those, lower the barriers, and ensuring that folks can get that funding immediately. But we also have to think about the schools that reopen, that have desks that are empty. We got to think about the businesses that have been shut down and lost revenue and how they can get low interest loans. We have to think about the different communities affected by different shootings, from the deaf, who are disproportionately affected in Maine, to veterans who are suffering through suicide crises. But that is the way we've been able to organize that. And the truth is, there's so much more that we are working on, but this conference is a place for you to help set the agenda for the next 10 years. And that's what the job is these 2 days. Lead us forward, because I can guarantee we will do every single thing we can as long as they let us. We will stand on your shoulders and we will save as many lives as we possibly can. But we got to keep fighting for those next 10 years and where we're going. Because if the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act was the next one has to be transformational.
So one last thing. Y'all. I know I owe some people some meetings. I think I owe some lunch to my University of Maryland folks. My Portland, yeah, my old Dr. Richardson some lunch. Where Judy Richardson, where y'all at? In Portland, Maine. Okay, I owe them a big lunch, and I want some more than Lewiston food. But I will just share this right now. We are two people, and we're doing all we can. And if we're not there, if we're not responding, don't blame our hearts, blame our heads. We're doing all we can. And also just recognize that we have 335 days that this office is guaranteed to be in place. And so we're moving with that pace. And our charge to you is, please, I know we want to celebrate, but please don't let off the gas. Put that timer on your phone too, and say we have 335 days to get as much as possible out of that building. What do we want to get done? How can we get something done? How can we move something forward? Not just a party, not just hang out and take pictures. No, what policy and change can we accomplish? And so I just want to thank you all so much. Y'all are family to us. We love you all. We're excited to be there. We're exhausted, but we're going to sprint as hard as we can, because we know every day we're in that building, we can move the ball forward for you. But we need you to stay behind us to keep us moving forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
One more time for our deputy directors of the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. And I know we could listen to them speak for hours. I know you can listen to them speak for hours. I know I could, but luckily we'll have Greg back a little bit later in the day to talk about that first ever coordinated federal response to shootings. So I knew that was going to be a very tough act to follow. And so while many of these panels could have been on the main stage, I knew I needed to bring in some truly wonderful panelists and moderator. I'm going to let Dr. Joseph Richardson, our moderator, who just got a shout out, to introduce the panelists in more detail. But first, let me just say, I've been pleasure to know Doc for a while in the trenches of Maryland politics, and now CVI across the country. He was recently admitted to the National Academy of Medicine with Woody Cassell. He just launched a new center progress at UMD, and I was very honored to be in the audience for that launch. And this is also, so this panel is about the unique experiences of gunshot survivors. We talk about gun violence survivors generally, and that can mean a lot of different things, but there are definitely unique challenges and things that we need to learn as a movement about the experiences of someone who has been shot and has recovered and has put their pain and their experience into action to help others. And so before I hand it over to Doc, I wanted to use this opportunity to highlight a couple of things that we're really proud of here at CAP, which is storytelling that really centers not the policy nerds or the people writing reports, but really the people that are in the trenches doing the work, and especially survivors. So we have 2 video series that we're going to be continuing to expand this year. We'll be interviewing some of you even over the next couple of days for our next series. One of them is focused on gun violence survivors specifically, and you'll see some of those videos. You saw one in the opening. And then we have a new series on the front lines featuring CVI workers, because when we write reports about community violence intervention and prevention, policymakers, they think they kind of get it, but they don't. They really have to hear it and see it for themselves. And so I'm going to show a couple of videos in a second. But first, I'll just say that, Mia, it was just so wonderful to meet you last year. And thank you so much for sharing your story. And your videos have been really remarkable and got great reaction. And then it was really an honor to meet Chris this summer at Gifford CVI conference and started a friendship. And he really trusted us with his story. And I have to just say that I never would have met Chris if it wasn't for Doc and Jordan Costa, who I hope's in the audience somewhere, who centered Chris in their life after gunshot storytelling, which has been an inspiration for us as we tried to do our best to tell these stories in short periods of time so that policymakers really listen, but really get these big messages across. So if we can just show a couple of those videos, and then I'll hand it over to Doc.
Freshman in high school, I was super excited about all of the normal high school things. And every morning, me and my friends just kind of hung out before class started. And then as we were talking and laughing, we heard a bang. Another bang came and I found myself on the ground. I was fortunate enough to run across campus to my favorite teacher's classroom, where I realized I had been shot. It wasn't until I made it to the hospital that I found out I was shot with a .45 caliber ghost gun. And later that night, after multiple different procedures, I found out that my best friend was killed. And I think a lot of us, after we see a school shooting or we see something like Uvalde happening, we get sad and we get angry and we want to change something, and then it dies out. And then another really big shooting happens, and then it dies out again. So I think if everyone just kept the momentum that they have when they feel those strong feelings, then it would be a much larger movement.
So I've been shot 2009, stabbed 12 times in 2018, and then shot again 3 months later. Been locked up all over the DMV, did time in DC jail. Anything you want to know, I can tell you.
And we are waking up this morning to renewed calls to stop the bloodshed after a violent weekend in DC.
The worst of the violence came Saturday night. Between Saturday and Sunday, at least 14 people were shot in DC and 6 of them died.
You look to your left, you look to your right. He shot up. He shot up. She shot up. I'm shot up. We the shot up gang. PVI, community violence intervention, means to me, stepping in and changing the narrative in your community. On my phone, I got a picture of me and 5 other people in the picture. I'm the only one left in this picture. And I got numerous of pictures like that. That's where I come from, where you gotta be a man before it's time to even be a man. I'm trying to change that. I'm trying to let people be young teenagers, young adults, youthful kids, happy kids. Would you rather be with somebody who understands what you've been through and knows what you're going through, from rubbing shoulders with you, I'm not going to let my daughter grow up and have to sit right here and be in front of this camera saying the same thing I'm saying. She's not going to grow up having to worry about what I worried about. I'm not going to let that happen.
Morning. So I'm Dr. Joseph Richardson, your moderator for this journey today. I welcome you to Picking Up the Pieces, the long-term impact of gun violence. But before I start, I think it would be important to, first of all, uplift and applaud before we even start the panelists that are here today, because without them, without their narratives to increase the visibility of what it means to be a survivor of firearm violence, but also, in my estimation, their narratives contribute significantly to the solutions that we have in terms of how we're going to solve this problem. And so just to give you a little bit of backstory, just in terms of, I'll speak a little bit about my relationship with Chris before we dive into it, because I may not be able to get to it. In 2016, with my colleagues, we co-launched the Capital Region Violence Intervention Program, which is a hospital-based violence intervention program at the University of Maryland Capital Region Medical Center, which at the time was the University of Maryland Prince George's Hospital Center. In our first 3 years, on average, we would have roughly 750 survivors of violent injury. A third of those were for firearm injury, a third were for stabbings, and a third for assault. I think in 2020, by the time we COVID started, it was up to 800. And so our job is to, when someone comes in and they're a survivor of firearm injury, we begin at bedside. And my colleague, Che Bullock, who was also a former patient at Capital Region, served as our violence intervention specialist and would approach all of our patients at bedside. And Chris happened to be one of the patients who at that time had been treated for a stabbing. And I don't know how many of you understand what it's like to go into a hospital room when someone has been injured, but it's probably the most vulnerable time in that person's life, but also there's a great deal of distrust. And so we established a relationship with not only just Chris, but we had 116 people in our program that we established relationships with. At that time, and still, the trauma recidivism rate in this country can reach up to 65%. So let me put that into context. If we have 10 patients on a trauma floor, 6 of them who have been shot, this may be their second, third, fourth time being treated for an injury. We've had some young people who have been shot every single year for 3 or 4 straight years. And so it's our job not only to prevent trauma recidivism, but also to get the stories and narratives of young people we work with like Chris to inform us, what can we do better? How can we empower you? And how can you empower yourself to get onto the road of recovery and healing? And so our relationship started there. Chris is, quite frankly, like my family. And in terms of just community engaged research, like Chris and I present all the time, as well as with my colleague Che. And I think that's also important to uplift, because often many scholars will go into the communities, take a lot of data, extract a lot from communities without ever empowering the community. And so our approach, my approach is, we have to go into communities and actually tap into the domain experts like Chris and the panelists that we have here today, because they are the scientists. And any time that I've had a class and Chris has guest lectured, which has been a few times, I've always referred to him as Professor Edge. Correct?
Correct.
Indeed. All right, so let me get to introducing our panel, and I'll let them introduce themselves, and we'll start on this side with Darrell Anderson.
Well, my name is Darrell Anderson. I'm a peer support at VCU Hospital in Richmond, Virginia. I, I started this this started all of 3 years ago. I was shot 5 times in Richmond. And I basically met basically a HVIP group there at the hospital, which helped me there. So that's how it started for me. Mia Tretta.
Yeah, hi, I'm Mia Tretta. It's a little awkward introducing myself since you just saw a video of me introducing myself. But I was shot in a school shooting in 2019, which was my freshman year of high school. And my best friend, Dominic Blackwell, was killed. Since then, I've been doing gun violence prevention advocacy. So I've met a lot of you before, more specifically doing work with organizations like Students Man Action and Team Enough, as well as starting college this coming August at Brown University. Thank you. So yeah, I'm really happy to be here and thank you for having me.
And Christopher Edge.
How y'all doing? My name is Christopher Edge. From Southeast Washington, DC. I started, woo to that for sure. I started in 2018 with Doc. It was for gun wounds, but I was actually stabbed 12 times when I got introduced to Doc when he first met me in the hospital. And he still stuck with me even though the program was for gun violence. But he didn't know I was actually shot in 2009, which was like 9 years prior. And while we were in my healing process, I got shot again. Then with Doc in the program. And he couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. But he stuck with me. And like we said, we're family. It's a family orient right now. So that's how I all began with talking and speaking for myself and my community and people like me going through this struggle. So yeah, that's it right there.
Thank you all. So before I dive into just a few housekeeping rules, there will be 3 questions that each panelist will answer. We have roughly 7 minutes for each question. And then we will break into a Q&A for the audience, which will be 15 minutes. And I think the someone will pass a mic to you if you raise your hand. And then we'll close with closing questions and remarks. But I just, again, want to uplift that this panel focuses and centers on the voices and experiences of gunshot survivors, covering their unique and often long-term challenges they face and explore the paths to healing after their victimization and the best practices and how we can create and support best practices for gunshot survivors. So that said, I will start with my first question, which I will direct to Mia. What does it mean to be a survivor and how has it influenced your advocacy?
I, like most survivors, came to this movement after something happened. And it's unfortunate that it took me having a personal experience to realize how big of an issue this was. But at the end of the day, I wish I wasn't sitting here. I wish none of us were on this panel and none of you were in this room. And I wish we didn't have to have this conference where we talked about solutions for gun violence and it just wasn't an issue. But it is. And this did happen to me. It did happen to all of us. So now I've chosen to take it somewhere. And rather than sitting at home with the pain and the grief, which is almost just as hard as sitting up here, trying to convince people to make a change. And I know all of you in this room understand how hard that can be, especially as a survivor of gun violence, trying consistently to convince people, and sometimes they just can't seem to understand. But that's the only way that we're going to make real change, is sharing our stories, sharing the experiences of others, and talking and making real change, policy suggestions, and learning from one another on different solutions that we can have in every community, in every state, and federally.
Thank you. Chris?
Yes, first, I have a lot of friends and family members who been shot and are deceased from being shot. So knowing that, first and foremost, that I'm blessed to still be here. And just to gather my words and speak positive into the world and my community from a lot of negative things just in my childhood and adult life, and just pride, just my whole family and my friends' families. It's been a lot of negativity in my community. So me being able to show the different side of just taking this path and speaking up and being different, knowing that this path is like a lonely path because it's so different to what the normal thing is in my community, that I know that I'm strong and I'm powerful, and I can put it out there and be respected for who I am, not just trying to go with the crowd. And I think that's the most positive thing I get from being shot, like coming out of it with some positive thoughts, not the regular let me go shoot somebody thoughts. So,
amen. Pastor Durrell.
Well, to me, it means a second chance. It means a second chance, and that second chance just it made me want to be an advocate for that, and just to show them that it's not over. You know, after a tragic event or traumatic event, it's not over. Some get second chances, some don't. But if you do get a second chance, you got to know how to use it. So that right there, what made me want to be able to show them another path. So yeah.
All right, so I want to shift the conversation a bit to interventions. What role do you think that hospital violence intervention programs, as well as other community violence intervention programs, but I don't want to specifically just focus on HVIPs, play in providing care to gunshot survivors, and why do survivors decide to enroll or not to enroll in programs? Because I think it's also important that we understand that many of the people that we approach at bedside or in the CVI space choose not to engage in the services, and we need to understand that as well. So I'll start with you, Chris.
It's not what it is. It's not what it is. Thing. It's so easy where I'm from, and the whole thing is so great to how you're brought up. It's how we brought up. So that will lead someone from my community not to deal with doc, not to deal with the programs, because you're gonna be around intelligent people and police officers. Said that's not what we're taught to be around. That's not what we taught to talk to. Like I'm talking to chief police officer, talking to professors, I'm talking to teachers, and you're showing your vulnerability of I'm not school smart. I'm street smart. I'm not what you call intelligent.
Now let's correct that.
Yeah.
No,
No, I'm saying that. I'm saying that's how they feel. That's how I felt. That's how I felt. That's how us as people feel in the neighborhoods I come from. They're not coming to this meeting here. They won't show up. They'd rather take it upon how their uncles told them, their fathers told them, was probably incarcerated. They'd rather go about it that way. They'd rather do 20 to life than do 20 days of committing to some positivity out here with you all. If you can understand that, then you would go deeper into the problem that we're in now, knowing that it's been triggered in our minds that this is not the way. You gotta really show and prove and get, like Doc said, in deep depth with us, because we've been lied to our whole lives. So you just speaking and saying all the right things and then stepping away. Well, we knew that was gonna happen. We knew you was just coming to get your pictures and your video clips. We knew that. So soon you step off, we like, man, get the hell out of here, man. You know what I'm saying? So I guess it's a lot more, but give other panels some talk. But yeah, it's just you gotta really not only show up, but be there and stay there. All right.
So, man, I'm not sure if you after your shooting, you engaged with the HVIP, and if not, what kind of care do you think needed to be provided for you?
Yeah, I personally did not experience HVIP. However, I did talk with victims advocacy programs and programs through schools a lot. And what I realized was, one, right after the shooting, they implemented a wellness center at my school. And it was amazing. It was really helpful for a lot of different students after the shooting, and they were really struggling. But the biggest question I had was, why wasn't this there before the tragedy? Why are we only implementing it once you see that people are sad? Because I know for a fact there were kids struggling before the shooting. You just didn't see it every single day. I also noticed that we lived in suburban California. There was already one school psychiatrist on campus. And after the shooting, they brought in a second one. With 3,500 something traumatized students, 2 school psychiatrists and a couple that would visit once a week was just not enough. I had friends who were standing right next to me during the shooting who went to the health office and said, hey, I really need this free therapy. And they were just kind of like, I'm sorry, you can wait 6 to 8 months for one appointment. And that just doesn't make any sense. And if someone is struggling with something, they can't wait that long. I was fortunate enough that my family could provide me with free therapy, and the state provided me with free therapy. However, the hospital system in itself is so hard to navigate when you're in a clear state of mind, that when you have just had this huge tragedy happen within your family, if my parents couldn't take time off of work, my mom was able to help me navigate the system. And we had a great victims advocacy department that helped her navigate the system. Without that, I'm not sure we would have been able to get the same services or the same resources and connections that we did. And even something as simple as filling out the right paperwork. So really just making sure that these programs and these resources are readily available for everyone, whether that be in my school, making sure that everyone is able to access therapy if they're reaching out for it. How could you deny a kid that? And making sure that our victims advocacy programs are properly equipped to help people who need help.
Thank you, man. So, Darrell, you've been on both sides as a survivor, but you're also now working in the context of a HVIP. So, and just from your perspective, what role do the hospital violence intervention programs play in providing care? And then I think you could probably speak more directly to why do people choose to enroll or not in those programs?
Well, I think their role is basically to bridge the gap in between those communities and certain resources that those communities can't find. To me, I think the people the patients join, or if we call them victims, that's a bad. To me, that don't sound good to me. So I wouldn't say. I'm gonna say patients. The patients join because they also want to see something different in the community. They just never had someone come and show them that it could possibly be done, especially if because most people want to see it to believe it. So when I come in, I'm a presentation of, I've been through this program. I know this program works. And I'm doing better from the program. So I'm showing you that it's possible. So that's why I think most people join or are willing to listen, because they've seen that it's possible. So that's what I think.
Okay, thank you. So I want to dive into trauma and the trauma that you may have experienced even before the injury, because we talk a lot about structural violence and the ways that society has been violent and harmful. So I want to talk a little bit about that, but also the trauma that you have experienced after the injury and whether the resources were there for you. I think, Mia, you've alluded to it. The resources were there to help you in your recovery. And if they were not provided, what are the resources that you think you needed and people in the same situation may need? And I'll start with you, Mia.
Yeah, I think I talked about this a little bit before. Being wounded in a shooting brings its own set of challenges when facing gun violence, because not only do you have to feel, and you both can talk about this as well, not only do you have to heal from the mental side of it, which you will carry for the rest of your life, but also the physical side. And it's so different than if you just cut your finger, right? It's a completely different type of trauma that your body really holds on to. And I know for me, I still have to get procedures done and different things each year. And it's almost always a roller coaster on the physical and mental side. As far as resources go, I have a service animal who was given to me by a program called Pause for Life. And I thought when I left high school that I wouldn't need her anymore. And I think that recently I had to bring her to college with me. And I think that really points to how, whether it's 4 or 10 or 15 years later, things change, and thinking that you're way better now might change as well. And I think as far as resources that people continue to need are therapies. It's not a timeline. I know, like, when you're getting free therapy from the state, they say, okay, you have about 16 weeks. And I think everyone knows you're not going to be better or fixed by then. So me being fortunate enough to have therapy has been a real blessing, but making sure that people who can't access that are able to get resources that can. I know through my school, more recently, we at Brown, there hasn't been a shooting on campus, but that doesn't mean that people aren't traumatized or aren't going through things at home. And I know I looked into the free therapy on campus, and they said that they could get me in at March. And I mean, like, that was in November, so that's quite a few months away. Just making sure that there's more readily available resources at all times for students, especially if they're asking for help, which we know if someone's asking for help, that probably means that they need it now, not in 6 to 8 months. I don't know if you guys have anything to add to
Indeed.
that.
I'll go to Darrell.
Well, could you ask the question one more time?
So many survivors of firearm injury experience trauma. And so I want you to first discuss the trauma you experienced post-injury, but there may have also been trauma that existed even prior to you being injured.
Okay.
Right? And what harm that meant for you. But after your injury, what resources were available to help you in the healing process, if there were resources available at all?
Well, there were resources available. They had I believe at the time they were case managers, but they're now intervention specialists. What I used to tell them when they used to come in and see me was, I wish they had something like what I do now, which is peer support. Like someone that can meet them there, like someone who's either been shot, been stabbed, been assaulted, and all types. Just someone that can meet them there that can actually understand. And from what I learned is the people that see, when they see that you've been through what they've been through, they open up completely. And there's no holding back when it comes to to them speaking to you, because they see that you might have some answers for them that they just want to know, and the nurses and stuff can't tell them because they don't know. Like I deal with certain stuff like if someone does get shot and like they're paraplegic or something like that, the nurse can only help them with the shot, the getting shot part. But if they have questions about whether their legs or why is this hurting and why is that hurting, or just so they can understand, like, that's what I feel.
Chris.
Like I said before, I'm from Southeast Washington, D.C., so I had trauma since I was born. I used to think that my family was not with me, but I couldn't learn that my mom had trauma. She had me when she was 16. I'm the oldest of 3 boys. We all got different fathers. I didn't live with her my whole life. I lived with my grandmother. I'm a grandma's baby, like most of us are in DC, coming up in Southeast. And she died in 97, so I had to move to Texas when she passed away. And I wanted to know my mom, so I'm like, I'm ready to go. I want to know her. So my family moved me back. My aunt moved me back to DC. And I remember coming back to DC, and I was told I couldn't tell my mom or couldn't let her know that I was in DC for the summer, staying with my father's mother, with his father and his wife. When my father he died. So I'm just on their side of the family, chilling with them. This is 97 through 2000. Can't tell her that I was in DC for the summer. Just do my summer and go back to Fort Worth, Texas. So I was tired of that. So prior trauma before being shot. I know we all had it. If you Black, you had trauma before your trauma actually came to you, before you recognized your own trauma. So that alone, I come to understand and come to just heal with it, get my own healing with it, take away that anger on my parents and my peers around my family. Just coming to conceal with, like, understand, like, oh nah, you just like me. Like I'm the new generation, but you got you had the same issues, if not worse, because you come up in the murder capital. I know it don't seem like the murder capital gone because of what's going on now, but you really came up in the murder capital. This is my family, this your family. That's traumatic. My traumas from being shot in 2009, I had just lost my best friend. He got shot and got killed. Then I ended up getting shot and surviving. And then going to jail 2 months later, out Virginia. In a sling, I'm in a sling. I'm literally in a sling, arm in a sling, in this jail cell. And I'm home, just thinking like, let me say this, Doc. When you get shot or go to jail, where we from, it might sound crazy, but it's like, okay, it's like about time. It's like, oh yeah, I got a strike, I got my stripes. It's like a reward if you can understand what I'm trying to say. Like, we've been taught that it's going to happen. It come with the game, come with this. You going to jail, like, people get parties when they come home from jail. People throw people parties. Y'all, if y'all can understand that, like, it's crazy. It's crazy, like, and no matter what is done, it's free that man, free him. He could have been the worst person, but it's still free him because people love her and him. It's deeper than just what's on the surface. It's really what it's really been in our brain, traumatized in our brain to think that this is proper wheel turning. This is not the proper wheel turning that we need to be in. We shouldn't be celebrating coming home from jail from negativity. We should be celebrating, we should celebrate that you've made it out. My grandfather did 20 years. I met him when I was 18. I talked to him through my whole life, but he went to jail in 88. I was born in 89. My mother was pregnant. She lost her father. Trauma before me. That's before me. So I was mad at my mom, but she was traumatized. She lost her dad to the system. I can't see myself not being here for my daughter right now. This is how the cycle goes. So I know why, because I know how she can be, what she can turn out to be without me there. So I took a lot of anger off my mom, a lot of pain from her. And being stabbed is something different. That's something totally different. I was stabbed 12 times in my face, head, arms, back, chest, 12 times by someone I knew who had schizophrenia. The schizo. In Target, just random, in Target, in the middle of Target. See me, we say hi, and next thing you know, I'm being stabbed. Oh, it's on camera, it's on news, it made the news. Just vividly, just talking like I'm doing now, and then he didn't take his medicine for 2 weeks. And I meet Doc, and then 3 months later, I get shot again. 3 months later, after being stabbed, trying to heal up. I look different. I feel different. I am different, y'all. So it's gonna be, this is a life. I know this my life. It's gonna be, I'm gonna feel this way for life. But I know that I can feel better and make other people better through my process of learning myself, learning others, learning how to be great with what I got, not what I don't have. Being appreciative of my life that I have. It's gonna be trauma. It's gonna be trauma. But it's gonna be better if we just understand it. We know that it's trauma, and we can go about it and put some positivity light on it. Like I keep saying, this positive word, because that word is not really brought up in my community. Put some rec centers. When I was coming up, that rec was so important to my life. The rec is nothing in the community now. No matter if you give us a big glass house rec, you got to put that love in that rec. I had that love in that rec, not just faces. We ain't just had faces in the rec. It was people who came by and checked on us, picked us up, took us to McDonald's, even though well, I don't eat McDonald's, but took us to McDonald's and took us to soccer games, took us to the Verizon Center, which is the Capital One now. We was doing those type of things. So it made us believe that we could do something other than just be outside in a negative neighborhood. But
That's why I call him Professor Edge. So before I move on to the one last question, which I was going to dovetail on what Chris mentioned. We talk about structural violence. Chris and I talk about structural violence all the time. And in fact, if you watch our documentary, we have an exchange about what it's like to live in many of the neighborhoods in DC that are east of the river. And I just want to really put this into context because I talk about this in any presentation that I go to. Like, we have to first frame this as a structural problem in terms of violence. And the mere fact that in Washington, DC, that you have neighborhoods that are east of the river where the life expectancy is 68. And then if you go to Woodley Park, which is predominantly white and affluent around the National Zoo, the life expectancy is 89. And you can drive 15 minutes in the nation's capital, in the wealthiest country in the world, and lose 21 years of your life based on your zip code. That's a form of social murder. So before we get to how someone ended up shot, those bullets have been coming from the structure their entire lives. And we need to acknowledge that those forms of social murder and social death exist right outside of these walls. So I want to close with, Chris, you just mentioned the community centers, and I just want to close with asking all of you, if you had the ability and unlimited dollars to create your own solutions to address gun violence, they could be solutions that are after someone has been injured or going further upstream to address it in schools and communities before you even get injured at all, to address the trauma that Chris, you so eloquently talked about. What would that look like from your perspective? And I'll start with Darrell.
So well, that'll look like for me, I would start, it starts in the schools. It starts in the schools and it depends on the community. Cause I know certain communities that are real tight and they still act like the older days where everybody look after the kids. So I think it starts in the schools where where's no one, I think they need more programs in schools, after school programs, like more academic stuff, like something to get their brains going instead of just sports stuff like that. They need academic stuff. They just need something to keep their mind going, not their bodies. So,
Dude, thank you. Mia.
Okay, this is a really hard question because I feel like there are infinite answers. I think you could take the obvious answers and talk about banning assault weapons, making sure that emerging threats like switches and ghost guns and 3D printed weapons are stopped. You could talk about safe storage and implementing laws at all levels. And then, of course, what we've been talking about mostly on this panel is violence intervention programs, making sure that they're funded, making sure that there are boys and girls clubs and YMCAs and public libraries that kids can go to after school. So very hard question, but I think everything needs to be comprehensive. It doesn't matter if you have amazing federal legislation, if you don't have state legislation and you don't have county legislation and you don't have places where kids can go after school, and that if their neighborhoods aren't safe, then the federal legislation doesn't matter as much. But at the end of the day, making sure that guns don't get into the wrong people's hands and guns are obtained legally and people can't buy high capacity weapons.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris.
I think we need to get more leaders. We need our leaders back. I will put them, first of all, I will really put the money in the places that need to be, not just out and about. It need to go where the data is being shown, where it needs to be, and really let us get the money. Give the people the money. Again, give the people the money. Give the people the money so it can be done. The leaders, if you've been a person out here going wrong and you come of age, whenever you come of age, because you could be in your teens and be of age. You could be early 20s and of age if you have the knowledge and awareness of what's going on out here, and you're a leader. That's a leader. Speak on what need to be spoken on, and put the money into the recs. Like I was saying, I believe the rec is a safe haven for these kids and the youth. I specifically would put it with the youth to start. Not saying that my peers or anyone above me is lost or can't be brought into the righteous way, but the youth is what we need to conquer, because they're our future. It's cliche, but they're our future. The youth is our future. So saving them will save us and save the world. That's what I believe in. The funds and what I'm trying to say, Doc, these what they were trying to get me to do, Doc, start my own
501c3 community-based organization.
Yes, yes, yes. These nonprofits, y'all. Hold on. These nonprofits that everybody getting and just getting money. Like y'all doing a lot of getting money for nonprofits, and nobody's saying this money. Nobody's saying it. That's what I was trying to say, Doc. These nonprofits y'all saying is no more guns nonprofit, save the children nonprofit. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Let's be real, y'all. Get with us, man. Not just for these people, y'all, not just for y'all, not just to look sweet on the camera and get on channel 9 and channel 5 and say your nonprofit is here, but it's not affecting anything. It's not doing anything for anyone. The crime is up still. The youth are still going crazy right now. They breaking their cars. They carjacking your aunt. They carjacking your mom. They don't care. Why? Because your nonprofit is non-accessible to us. How about that? Let's get the leaders back, y'all. Let's put it where it need to be. That's how I feel. That's what I believe in. And again, the rec centers, like, put these rec centers, put the right people in these rec centers, put the love back in the rec centers, put people who are, our leaders, who you look at with respect, get them to get out here, because they should lose their respect to me if they ain't putting it in the right place. They just walking around with all these old war stories and just holding it on their head and rocking their medals and just walking around, holding on to them, but not giving the youth nothing, not feeding the youth, telling them, I did this, I did that, but that ain't what it is. And they got all the stripes. We call them stripes in the neighborhood. You got all the stripes, but you're not willing to show the youth that these stripes came with a story, came with jail time, came with sentence, came with death. There's no point of having them stripes if you're not going to tell the youth about what's really up with those stripes. Just like in the war, in the war and the veterans, we traumatized just as them. Yes, we are. We're fighting. we're clawing, we're scratching. You feel me? Like it's really deeper than what y'all just seeing on the TV screen. Because a lot of y'all just gonna look at it on the TV screen and just go from there. But it's way deeper than that. It's people like Doc that get in where he fit in the trenches. So, love, Doc.
Amen. So, I mean, if anything that you can take from that, the investment should happen here, here, and here. This is where the investment, these are our leaders. This is where we should be investing the money. As Chris said, you want to make an investment, you invest in those who are most proximal to the problem because they're also the experts. So on that note, I don't know how much time I have, Nick. Okay, we have time for one question.
So I'll have a question, but I also have a comment. My name is Sean Reeves. I'm from Connecticut. I work for Connecticut Against Gun Violence. I'm a survivor of homicide, 12 years now, also a perpetrator of gun violence in my past. For you and you, young lady, you guys, there are the accumulated knowledge of all of these efforts, of all of these years of tragedy and pain transferred into your purpose, right? Make it meaningful. You're a leader. In your peer bracket now, you may not have asked for the title, but now you have it. Utilize it. And my question, if you have one thing that you could do to change your community outside of the rec centers, what would it be?
Put more confident and knowledgeable male and female adults in my communities. Put more of them, of that confidence of Shawty, you're a young queen, you're a young king. Let them hear that every day. Let my youth know that we right here, but it's a world out there. Because by the time we 18 years old, they gone to the system or they gone to the graveyard. Because you living so fast for nothing. We don't have nothing, so you living so fast to just get everything out the way. I need to do it now. I need this now. I need $20,000 right now. I need this. I need this. I need this. I don't have anything. That's how you feeling in them neighborhoods. So you living so fast that your candle gonna burn out by you 18, 20. You're running so fast, man. So put that confident person in the neighborhood and let her know, take your time. You can live to be 80 years old, even though you might not see it. You might not see others. We don't see others live to be that old from where we from. We going to funerals before going to prom. So it's like, they feel that they don't have the time. I gotta do it. And how you do it? I'm a rob, I'm a take, I'm a steal, I'm gonna be a conniving, evil person. Cause it's easier that way for me to see something. That's how they feel. When you put that confident black male, black female in that position right there, it's gonna be respect. Shorty gonna give her or him respect because it's an adult figure with confidence who's not scared of that demon that they fighting inside the youth. They're not scared of that. They're confident in them and confident to believe that this child is gonna be something, even though they're going through what they're going through right now. So that's the one thing I would do. I'm gonna put the people in position. I'm not going to put I'm gonna put a person like me, like I'm not speaking about myself, just a person, a human being, because we all human. They don't look at us like that, but we human. So put a human being right there and let them know that they can be something bigger than what just surrounded them right there.
Yeah.
I think this would not only help my community, but every single community across the country. And this should need no explanation, but banning assault weapons at every level. There's a reason that they are the #1 choice for people who commit mass shootings. There's a reason that they're weapons of war, and no hobbyist, no hunter, no one who just likes guns needs to be able to fire that many rounds in a short amount of time. They are weapons that are meant for mass destruction, and that's what they're doing across our country.
Wow.
Well, I think I think it's just building the community. I think they need to me, I think they need to tear down every project, neighborhood, anything with a negative, like, I don't know if this is a right word, how you say that word? I'm sorry. A negative
Stigma.
yeah, connotation. Thank you. Anything with a negative connotation, just start over. Just do that over. Just get rid of it, do it over. I think they just, because I think that's the problem itself. It's that they know they're in those neighborhoods. Like they know. So it's like you're not doing nothing to get rid of the neighborhoods. You basically trying to make it like, I don't know. I think they need to get rid of the neighborhoods and build something that's worthwhile. So,
Doc, can I speak on that right fast, Doc? Because I'm from a neighborhood that I would never want to see tore down. And I got family members from other project neighborhoods that I know they've been living there for 40 years and 50 years. Like these are like monumental neighborhoods. Like, and it's not just the buildings. The building don't pull triggers. You get what I'm saying? The door just open. It's the people in them for sure, but the buildings itself is not the problem. Those are historical places. I hate to see when they come tear down, because when they come tear down, they're gonna make it look like it's not us at all. It's gonna look like we're going out Maryland, out Virginia. It's not gonna look like what I grew up on. And losing your history is so vital to not knowing yourself if you don't know your history. So I say when I hear that, not to disregard anything you saying, I just wanted to say that I love, even though it's dark, it's beautiful. I love everything about Washington, D.C. I love every neighborhood in my city. I understand what's going on. So I understand that it's not the project, because like I said, it's a building. It just got windows and doors. It's inside those doors, the families that we should be working on. We should be working on the families. Let's rebuild the families, not rebuild the housing. You get what I'm saying? Like let's help out the family members inside those housing, because yes, we can rebuild as far as the building, make it more better brick by brick. Let's rebuild it the same way, because normally if we rebuild those, they're going to turn them into townhouses. It look like townhouses. It doesn't look like my neighborhood I grew up in. And I would hate for that, because those playgrounds, those were the days. And that's probably the days for a lot of us as Blacks, just being on the monkey bars, swings, basketball courts. Those are childhood memories that I love to tell my daughter, like, baby, I was right here too. When I was 10 years old, you on the same swing I was on. That's big. She like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, you in the same pool that I swam in. This the same swimming pool. I was a
Amen.
junior lifeguard. You could become a junior lifeguard.
Amen.
Things like that. So it's not, I don't, not to knock anything my brother just said up here, but I don't want to just be, let's just tear everything down and rebuild, because tearing it down, that's moving families out of those places that probably don't even, I know family members that don't want to move out. They love where they come from, even though it's going through what it's going through.
Right.
They believe that it can change for the better.
Right.
And with them staying right there.
All right. And on that note, please give a round of applause for our esteemed scholars and leaders. Amen.
Thanks again to our panelists, and really appreciate you all sharing your stories and your perspectives. And Darrell, I hope you'll think about letting us feature you in a video. Really great to meet you. A couple of logistics before people head out. We're going to do a 10-minute break for a breakouts until the breakout sessions. We're going to try to quickly put the barrier. So if you're interested in the media, improving media coverage of gun violence, please work your way to the front of the room. If you're interested in state advocacy, national impact, highlighting successes from the ground, that will be in the back of the room, but maybe hang out in the lobby to give us a little space to put the wall up, and then you can move your chairs facing that way when you grab a seat. And if you're interested in our finding common ground, oh, sorry, deadly intersections, intimate partner violence and firearms, move your way up. Locking arms, gun industry accountability, hang out in the lobby, and then go to the back of the room. And then finding common ground, engaging gun owners and violence prevention. You can head your way upstairs and they're ready for you in the Chesapeake room.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, or is it still morning? It is now afternoon, so I am saying the right thing. Hello. If you can hear me clap once. All right, we're not gonna keep doing that. So glad we have your undivided attention. Well, we're so glad you're here, and this is going to be an awesome panel. It's one of the panels that I mean, I feel like I'm looking forward to all of them, but when I did the panel prep with this group of amazing women, it was definitely a conversation that could have gone on for hours and hours and hours and hours, right? And so this panel, Deadly Intersections, the intersection of intimate partner violence and firearms or guns, is such an important conversation for us to have, because we know in the US over 1 million women have been shot, and that the significant portion of the people who are shot in an intimate partner context are typically women, and a disproportionate number of those people are women of color. And so it's not only important that we have the conversation about gun violence, but also that intersection with intimate partner violence. And this can't be a silo conversation, because there's so many people, women, children, and men as well, that are being shot, injured, long-term injuries, or killed in the context of the intimate relationship. And so we have an esteemed panel of leaders and advocates in this work. Tiffany Gardner, I just, she is just a joy every time I see her. See that smile, right? She's our moderator for today, and she is the policy. Listen, let me make sure I get your introduction right. Tiffany, she is she is the policy advocate for children and health at Futures Without Violence. And so her work covers a gamut of violence prevention and, intervention work, which includes domestic violence as well as gun violence. And so Tiffany is going to be the moderator for our session today, and she will introduce, or have the panelists introduce themselves, but definitely think about what questions you have. This is going to be an amazing conversation, and thank you to our panelists that have joined us.
Good morning. Well, afternoon, right? Hello, everybody. It's so good to be here. Of course, like I said, it's a pleasure to be here, but it's also like, oh, we're still talking about such a heavy topic, right? But it's great to be here. And of course, with my amazing colleagues, that I'm gonna allow them to just introduce themselves as well. But just wanted to just say thank you, Arnita, for a wonderful welcome. And it's good to be back at the CAP conference. And to see many of you I've met before. So such a pleasure. So once again, Tiffany Garner, I work with Futures Without Violence, which we're based here in Washington, D.C. So I serve as the child and health policy advocate. So a lot of my work currently spans not just intimate partner violence, but gun violence. I also work with the intersections around maternal health, Black maternal health, and what that's looking like for a lot of women who are experiencing homicide, in addition to all the other complications with birthing in this country. And serve on another team, which we look at the intersection of children exposed to violence. So not just violence in the home, but also outside the home. So what does that mean for a child's health and well-being? If your home isn't safe, where those critical developmental years are happening, and then you go outside and your neighborhood is not safe, what does that mean for the future of our youth and the future of our children? And so happy to serve in that space at this time. But I just also want to say this before I have my panelists introduce themselves as well. I also have been in this work for about 19 years. I started off as a domestic violence counselor in Charlotte, North Carolina. Y'all might hear my Southern accent come out, so don't say nothing. But anyway, I was served there, where I served a lot of young people who were, again, exposed to violence. But this is where I also started to see some of the elements of community violence come to the surface. That's me. I'm good. Okay, very good. Where I saw some of the elements. I used to work not only with the children who were the victims, but I also worked with a lot of young people who were perpetrators of violence. So they saw the violence within their homes. They started to engage in relationships where a lot of the violence continued. Obviously, they perpetrated because it's learned behavior. And then also I started to see elements of street violence come into place, where they wanted to have external folks show their partner some assaults or tactics to continue to try to keep that person that they were involved in relationship, under a power and control element. So this was years ago that we started to see those factors play out, which is why we're talking about today, looking at some of these intersections of DV and community violence, how they're showing up in a lot of our work. So just want to let you all know, been in this work for a while, and so has my panelists. So I'm going to stop here and just allow these amazing sisters I get to serve with tell you all who they are. So we're going to start with Miss Sandra here. Go ahead, Miss Sandra.
Ihani Waste. That is in my native language, which is Lakota. And Western people try to translate it into good morning, but Unche, which means grandmother, said our language started with only 600 words. And so the meanings are very complex and deep. And so Unche said it means we have traveled through the darkness and we are coming into the light of a new day and a new promise. And so I want to say Hihani Waste to everyone in this room today, and everyone in this building, and everyone who believes that gun violence is wrong, because we're at that place of a new day and a new promise that there's going to be hope that we can make change. My English name is Sandra Pilgrim Lewis, and I am the DVS director for Uniting Three Fires Against Violence, which is the tribal coalition in Michigan. My Indian name is Mato Loansakala. It means little song bear. Unche said I would be a warrior, but the bow or the spear or the gun would not be my weapon. My voice would be my weapon. So I call on each of you to be a song bear, to let your voice be the weapon to create change.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sandra. All right, next, Miss G.
Hello. Okay, I was like, don't do me. Hey, how y'all doing? Good afternoon. My name is Chitara Alexander. Most people call me Chi. I am the co-founder and COO of a gun violence intervention program in Atlanta, Georgia called Hope Hustlers. Oh yes, you could clap. Okay. We have a model where we work in Fulton and DeKalb counties and have a model built on trust and community. We utilize that and credible messages to reduce gun violence in our neighborhoods, but we also realize that that just is not enough. So we work with community-based organizations to provide wraparound support around challenges around unaddressed needs, such as food, water, clothing, shelter, sleep, workforce development, anything to make sure that people are okay and address the root causes of violence. I also serve at the busiest trauma center in the country now, which is Great Memorial Hospital, as a violence intervention specialist. So it's an honor to be here today to engage and have a conversation with you all.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chi. Last but absolutely not least, Miss Greta, tell us who you are.
Good afternoon. Oh, this is the culturally specific part. So it's a call and then a response. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I feel like I'm at home. So thank you for the invitation. It is really a pleasure to be here. Some of my colleagues are here. They're like, what are you doing here? I was like, I know, right? I have never been invited to this space, and it's such an honor to not only be able to speak with you today, but to be with these esteemed panelists as well. So thank you for the invitation. So my name is Greta Gardner. I am the Chief Legal Officer and co-founder of Ujima Incorporated, the National Center on Violence Against Women in the Black Community. We are a national, almost global resource center that's funded by the U.S. Department of Justice, Office on Violence Against Women, and the Office on Victims of Crime, and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Administration of Children and Families. So we have a lot of federal partners. And so basically we are a resource to the world around all the things with regard to domestic violence, sexual assault, and stalking. I won't go into great detail because you can look at our website, which will be going down soon because we're going to rehab everything in January. But what I am most proud of is that we have a legal department. And for those of you in our space, very few coalitions and definitely very few, if any, resource centers, technical assistance providers have a legal department. One of the things that I realize is that while it was very nice to be a prosecutor in the 90s, it's been a while, and we're constantly being invited to be in policy meetings or, roundtables. And I said, we need a whole department to respond to the legal issues that are happening in the Black community around the crime areas we seek to serve. So I am happy to say that we now have 8 grants from the U.S. Department of Justice. I have a team of 9 who address all the things in civil and criminal legal aspects that impact survivors. So thank you again for being here.
All right, wonderful. All right, let's get into this. So, all right, first question for the panelists here. So let's talk a little bit about what changes or new trends have you seen around the intersection of IPV, intimate partner violence, and guns and gun violence?
Okay, so for myself, like I said, I work inside of the hospital and I work out in the streets with my street outreach program. So just a little context, 40% of Black women are more likely to experience interpersonal violence than our white counterparts. And you have that already, right? So doing the work that I did over the pandemic, we saw an exponential rise in a lot of different things, such as gun violence and domestic violence. So you can account that to just isolation, social isolation. People are not being able to go out. You had these shelters in place, financial issues because you're not working, you're not making money. Kids being in the house that you weren't used to kids being in the house. So you have all of these issues, and then you have people in the houses together. A lot of people are not able to resolve conflict naturally anyway. So you're here, you're on top of each other, and you have all of these different issues that are compounded on each other. So we saw a rise in domestic violence over the, especially during the pandemic. Myself personally, with the work that I do in Atlanta, we saw a lot of women that were said perpetrators of the domestic violence. That was a drastic change from work like being out in the street outreach program that I'd seen before. But a lot of the women we talk to when they come into the hospital because of the incidents attested to the children being in the house, financial woes. There usually used to be a way to maybe escape or have somewhere to go when they spoke about these issues, not having the resources made available to them that are available for other people. Black women are victimized. Black women are shamed about these issues. So now you also bring into context gun laws that have, like in Georgia, we're open carry state. So now you have all these people that are sheltered in place and they're afraid. So all of these things tied into a rise. And that's also the biggest change for me was seeing a lot more women that were the perpetrators of said domestic violence.
Wow, that's very interesting. Oh, yeah, Greta.
Well,
Go ahead.
she mentioned this when we were having a pre-meeting, and I was like, yeah, but isn't that really more about like retaliatory violence, right? Because they didn't have anywhere to go to feel safe. And she was like, yeah, that's true. So we agreed, like we were agreeing, like it was a great meeting. You should have been there. But I feel like too, what we're seeing in that same vein, and to give a little bit more context, is that we're seeing the fastest rising population of gun owners is Black women. And so that is too an effect of, well, if I can't call the police because there could be collateral consequences, there could be injury or harm to myself. He might not even get arrested, or maybe he does, but then there's a harm to the community. And now I'm, a race traitor. Like I'm just going to take care of myself. And so, but what we're finding is that number one, if you're registered, if you're licensed and all those good things, are you going to train? Do you have muscle memory? Because let me tell you something, if you're not ready and if you haven't practiced and if you're not going to shoot regularly, that gun will be taken from you and it will be used against you. And that's what we're trying to prevent, right? Like, let's not give a weapon where there isn't one, right? And so, this work gets really challenging sometimes because you're like, autonomy, self-reliance, self-determination, but not that, right? So we're trying to really contextualize it for Black women because, what we do know is that if we are in the situation where we have fired a weapon even if it is in our own self-defense, they're going to arrest you first and ask questions later.
Exactly.
And so, as we're trying to address the domestic violence that's happening in the home and whether or not the perpetrator has a weapon, or whether she has a weapon, what's the legal system going to do to her when you're talking about the re-victimization, the poly-victimization? And then if she has children, what happens to the children when the police come? Right. Well, so that's another system that we're trying to, address and trying to combat the structural violence that can happen that has torn this entire family apart because she was just trying to protect herself. And before I pass the mic, I do want to put one caveat out there. And I always say this, no matter where I am or what I'm doing, when we talk about the statistics of the violence that Black women experience, it is like 90-something% intra-racial violence. The statistics do not mean that Black men are more violent than other populations of men. And I'm going to say that again. Black men are not more violent than other populations of men, but we can talk a little bit later about how it is that their statistics are captured so greatly and not others.
Yeah.
All of that.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Greta. I want to start with where you left off. In our Native communities, NIJ, their research says the same thing, that our Native women are more likely to be violated by non-Native men way more often. And so we have all those same things that you all are talking about, but then we have another layer that we have to consider, which is called jurisdiction. There are 574 federally recognized tribes, and everybody celebrates and said, oh, but you got VAWA. Oh, yes, we did. And VAWA says now you can charge and convict non-Native people who perpetrate those crimes on trust and reservation land. But we forget to say, if you've implemented VAWA, approximately 12% of those 574 federally recognized tribes, and we're not even going to talk about the tribes that aren't federally recognized, have implemented VAWA because it's very expensive and the requirements do not honor traditional tribal courts. They want you to implement Western ways. Okay, they don't honor the words Unchi taught me. They don't understand tribal elders and wisdom. They don't understand those things, so they're not there. So if you are a non-Native and you come on to the reservation or the trust land and you take out your nifty little pistol and you kill my auntie in front of her children, you have no jurisdiction. The tribal law enforcement, the tribal courts have no jurisdiction. You have to call the FBI, and maybe they will, maybe they won't. And then you're dependent on the U.S. attorneys in a court that may be 6 hours away, which generally do not prosecute those cases. So that is the trend we see with that added layer for our tribal relatives. And it's the same thing. We get the gun, maybe, maybe not. But you know what? When our women get that gun and they shoot that non-Native man, you can bet your sweet booty that they're going to charge us and we're going to be re-victimized again. So that's that trend that we see. And then what happens to our children? Our children, that click of that gun that they witness will never be wiped from our memories. And so we're that generational victim.
Oh, thank you, Sandra. I guess I'm just thinking as you all have shared a little bit about what you all are seeing, especially as it comes to women of color, Native or Indigenous Black women. Why is it important for us to have this conversation and not treat these as siloed issues as we typically do? We typically, just because I straddle both worlds here, we typically have a DV response, or do we just do a gun violence response? But why are we not talking about these together continuously?
I could talk all day, so I'm trying to, lean back a little bit. So I think the important thing is that we know statistically there's like 61% of DV fatalities are with a firearm, but in the Black community, 71% of our DV fatalities are done with a firearm. I think why it's so important and why we even created Ujima was because no one's really talking about it. People give great lip service to it, but nobody's really talking and doing anything about it. And I think the thing that we have to combat quite a bit is the stereotypes and the assumptions. Well, that's just the Black community. They're just violent anyway. They're just gangbangers anyway. Like, who cares, right? And so those of my friends and colleagues that are here with me, they know, like, I'll start many national policy meetings with important people and I say, can we start the conversation about why we hate women? Like, there she goes again. And then oftentimes the Black community is pitted against the Native American community. Like, it's like the oppression Olympics, right? And so I honestly, we was at this very shishi meeting in New York and they were doing it again. And I said, I would like to have the conversation about how we help the people we seek to serve who have been stolen from their country and those who had their country stolen. And they were like, oh. And we have to start there, right? I mean, we hear a lot of talk around, bring the margins to the center, like whatever. And I'm not really into buzz phrases because they change every 2 minutes. But what we do have to talk about at the root in the year 2023, why are we having a panel about this? It's unacceptable that we're having this conversation with you who are enlightened and will probably go and do something about it. But when you go out into the general public, like at cocktail parties, right? I'm fun at all the parties, right? And then people will say well, what do you do? And then I tell them, and honestly, people are like, oh, why would you do that? And I think that's kind of nasty. So I say, good job, security, and I walk away. And I think we really, really need to have how are we harming each other, because that's really what we're talking about. And why is that so difficult for us to believe and to address? And so I know I'm kind of I'm going to bring it all home is, why is it easier, like in the life of Pi, to believe a beautiful lie than the ugly truth? And we're so apt to say, that's not me. That's not us. So it just doesn't matter. So we really have to think about when we talk about who's dying, why is that not important? When we talk about who is living, with death and no resource, no access, no help, why is that not important? And so, yeah, I mean, that's kind of my answer of just because it's not important. We're not talking about it because it's not important. And if you bring it to the surface, you have to do something.
Thank you, Greta. Yeah, because it probably is not important to everyone. So yes, very. That's good. That's good. Please, Chief.
So like I said, being in a hospital, you see a lot of DV cases that involve guns. So if you're looking at we're talking about gun violence now, and it's a public health issue, right? So when people are coming in and dealing with domestic violence, that's PTSD. There are mental health issues that are attached to that. So they all work intersectionally together. So you have to address them together. We're talking about the root causes, right? So what's at the root cause of that domestic violence? What are at the root cause of the gun violence that goes on? So addressing them in silos is harmful within itself. You have to attach all of these things together to really get to the root of why these things are happening so that we can eradicate the issue. Because other than that, it's just moot. For so long, all of these things have been in silos, whether it comes to the community outreach, the hospitals, policy, even housing inequities, food insecurities. All of these things tie back into the root causes. So you have to address them all together to really get to the root of what is really going on.
Thank you. And Ms. Sandra, I was going to say something. I'm so glad you mentioned that. Prior to my time at Futures, I worked at Giffords. Shout out to Giffords folks in here if y'all in here. So I used to do some CVI work. And so we had a really interesting conversation with some of the folks here in DC, violence interrupters here in DC as well as on the West Coast. And that very thing came up about a lot of times the response to a lot of the incidents, once people had time to dig through the details of the case, the root was domestic violence. It just spilled over or, exacerbated into something else, right? But it's just like, oh, wait a minute. So we probably all need to be sitting at that same table, digging and combing through details and how to provide resources and, strategies. So I just thought about that. I was like, yeah, we need to have these conversations more. We're working with the same people many times. So
Yeah, because a lot of times you just put a Band-Aid on a problem. That's just like any kind of sore. If you do not really treat it, it's going to continue to fester. So just patching someone up and sending them back out there, just like a gunshot victim. If you patch them up and send them back out there, but you're not getting to the root causes of why said incident happened, they may have a safety concern. You're taking them back out there, re-traumatizing them, putting them back in the same house, same community, the same way with DV. You're taking this person, putting them back in the same house or in the same people situation, not giving them resources, then they're coming back. And it's a cycle that is unending.
Thank you, Ms.
Yeah,
Sandra.
so I just want to go back to something that Greta said about believing the pretty lie and avoiding the ugly truth. And whether we were stolen from our country or our country was stolen from us. Intimate partner violence and gun violence is foundational in how it happened. If you ask those who colonized us or stole us, they called it intimate partner violence. They thought they had intimate relationships with us when in reality they were raping us and they were forced marrying us and they were forcefully having babies by us and they were taking guns and killing us. So historically it's been there, but we tell a pretty lie about it and we avoid the ugly truths. And so it's so embedded historically. And I think until we understand that it's all intertwined, culturally it's intertwined. And like you said, you patch up the wound and send us back to the same situations. It doesn't change. And I have to say for myself that I am celebrating so many women of color who are creating avenues for change, who are challenging the ugly lies on so many different levels. And this is where I just have to bring up Rahimi. When we read those amicus briefs, when they have people like Sarah Deer and Melissa Pope writing, understand what the foundation of the Second Amendment is that people were given the right to bear arms to kill savage Indians. And so they still want the right to bear arms to kill people of color. It's not to kill each other. It's not to kill Western people against Western people. It's to kill the people that they feel are a threat, which is based on the pretty lies instead of facing the beautiful truth. We only need to kill somebody because we feel they're a threat to us or less than us, whether it's in what we perceive as intimate partner relationship. Native women and Black women are taken and said intimate partner relationship because we look like we're exotic. We're an exotic toy. And then when we say we don't want to be played with anymore, we're shot and killed. Because we're an exotic toy. We're not human beings. We have to come to that place to see the real truth. And in my native language, that word is mitaku yewasan. We are all interconnected. We are all related. 2-leg, 4-leg, wing fin crawlers. Until we come to that point and we have that conversation, it's not going to change. But I'm excited because we have strong women of color making great change, writing amicus briefs, winning at the Supreme Court on child protection, sitting as the vice president, really all of us out there working to make change. Every woman in this room, every man in this room, raising our voices for change. So I'm excited.
All right. And we clapping for you, Miss Sandra. Yeah. Okay.
Can I put a fine point on
Yes,
that?
Go for it. Yes.
Also recognize that keeping people siloed is a strategy that has worked. So if we come together and if we're galvanized and if we're uniform, or at least uniform coming to the table, there's power in that. And so it's very intentional for funding streams to just parcel out the issues or to only talk about this community versus that community and to make sure that we don't come together. But I'm happy to say, despite all that, we have come together. Yeah.
Totally agree. Absolutely. That deserves a clap there. And, hopefully you all from takeaways from this is thinking about wherever you are respectively come from, whether you're in the DMV area or you all have traveled, far to come here, thinking about going back to your own respective communities. How will you help bridge the divide sometimes, or the gap between DV advocates or DV world, DV professionals, and gun violence? How can you strategize on how you all can come together, maybe working on cases together or working on, whatever your community plans are, I'm not sure, but just thinking about what does that look like for your community moving forward, especially as you hear in some of the roots causes and historical pieces as to why things may be siloed, and it shouldn't be. There's power in community. Y'all know that. Okay. So let's move on to that, talking about resources. Okay. So what resources are available to Black and Indigenous survivors, and why is it important for us to have culturally specific resources to address these issues, IPV and gun violence?
So in our Native community, we're storytellers, and we think that we learn things from stories. So I'm going to tell you a little story. In the state of Wisconsin, the Native women would go to the historically funded shelter, and their traditional ways were not accepted. And so NIWRC, the National Indigenous Women's Resource Center, did a research project, because Western people like research, they like numbers. So we try to give them what they want. So they did the research project. And the research project said that Native women would rather sleep in their cars than go to historically funded shelters. So the women in Wisconsin talked to the elders and talked to the women. They say, yeah, this is true. We don't feel safe there. And they put us out because we want to practice our cultural ways. So they got together and they took the little people of color, Native women, to have a place to go where they can be culturally honored. And that's not happening in traditionally funded programs. When systems come in and say, if you don't leave, we're going to take your children, or if someone's been shot, if you don't go, we're going to take your children. And we already know that the most dangerous time for that victim is when she leaves. If we can't provide culturally honoring spaces, then what? When Black women are in a shelter and they're trying to straighten their kids' hair so that they can be more accepted, and they may burn their skin, and that historically funded shelter caused CPS to take their children because they've, what have they done? They've harmed them. What does that tell us? And so I'm going to stop my stories there, because I think those stories tell us why we need culturally honoring spaces for our Black children, our Native children, our South Asian children, our Latinx children, because we throw around this word trauma-informed, But what does that mean?
That you really stated that, especially around the shelter piece. A lot of shelters, when you come in because of these incidents, if you have a boy that's over a certain age, they separate the children. Like a boy can't stay in a shelter with his mom if he's over a certain age. Or even when it comes to school, or sometimes like if you, it's shelters at home, you have to pay to go to the shelter. And so what if you're leaving a situation, you don't have any money, you don't have anything but the clothes on your back. If you don't make a certain amount of money or you can't provide money every day to be there, you're on the streets. So then what mind state do you leave people in? They feel like they have nothing. So I guess it was a ghost on the Michael Green. But you know, yeah, that was weird though, y'all. No, but no, so we've seen that. So it's like mentally, what do you leave people? Like, so a lot of people, indigenous people, Black people, like I say, they're victimized. They're shamed for the things that they go through. So they don't have a lot of resources because they don't meet the criteria. So I think it was perfect what you saying that about the cultural competency and being accepting of the situations and the people that truly need the help. Absolutely.
I could be here all day.
Go ahead, Greta, go ahead.
So I don't know. We need culturally specific responses and services. One of the things that we engage with advocates about is if I come to you and I've been harmed, I've been shot, whatever, right? And you say, well, here are your 3 options. You can go to shelter. We heard what that can be like. Get a criminal charge or a protection or a protection order. And if the woman before you says, I don't want any of those things, what else you got? And you don't understand why she doesn't want any of those 3 things that we've had since 1994. What is that? What are we doing? So she's going to go home. She's not coming back because you got nothing else to offer her. And so, you know, a lot of our work in some of our programs is working with criminal and civil legal stakeholders who want to do culturally specific responses. And that, first of all, they say, well, we don't even know where the people of color are. And I'm like, really? Because I see them coming in your courthouse, but I'm just saying. But so like, we don't know who our communities of color are. Like, okay, we'll help you with that. And then we said, you need to work with your community-based programs that do the work grassroots. And they said, we don't know who they are. We're going to help you find them too. And they say, well, we don't know what to say. I'm like, who raised you? Right. And so, you know, we go through this multi-pronged step to get them to even engage in community. Right. And then, you know, I say, well, you know, there isn't like the Black TV program. Like sometimes our programs look like HIV programs. Sometimes our programs look like workforce development programs. Sometimes it's childcare. It might be the hair salon or the nail salon. Like use your brain, you know, like reach. And so that's why we need the programs, because what will happen is say, well, we keep having all of these Black victims come through our courtrooms, but we don't know how to help them because we don't know where, you know, like there's no program here. And I'm like, yeah, there's a program, right? And so we need that because we can't turn people when we finally get people to say, I need help and I want help. We can't say, here are your 3 things on the menu and they don't want them because it's not safe. Like it's just, and not just physically safe. It is not emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually safe. You know, and even sometimes like we work with faith-based communities. That's the other thing that's been really irritating me is like, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, Black community, we're going to give the faith-based community money so that they can help survive. So I'm like, that's fantastic. But what if that is not a protective factor? What if that's a risk factor too? Then what? And they're like, oh, well, we tried to help you, right? I mean, so I have always said we need as many strategies as there are forms of abuse. We need as many strategies as there are survivors, right? I mean, because I don't know if you ever had a little person like, you know, a little kid come to you and ask for help, you will bend over backwards. Like, oh, I'll tie your shoe. I know you're 15, but whatever you need, right? Like we are a caring people, but somehow when it comes to survivors of domestic violence, it's like, well, what'd you do? Right? Or like, well, why can't you pull yourself up by your bootstraps? And she's like, I don't got boots. And we're like, I don't have any boots for you. Right. And so that's why we need culturally specific, because we're still seeing, and I can only speak to Black women are dying almost 3 times the rate of white women. And again, it's not because Black men are more violent, it's because we don't have anywhere to go. And then we may go to, you know, Medea, we may go to, you know, Pastor Mike, we may go, you know, wherever. And if everywhere we turn, we're not believed, or we're told, suck it up, sister, you can't take another Black man down. And that happens. I was an adjunct professor at the University of Texas School of Law, and a student disclosed in the classroom. And I went later to her, I said, why didn't you say anything? What prevented you from disclosing? She said, I told my friends, and they said, you're going to ruin his football career. And so that's part and parcel of it too, is like, we need to put the care in caretaking. So many Black women that we talk to don't think that they're worth telling anybody to. Like, not only have they been told, like, no one's going to believe you, but like, they just don't feel like their lives are worth it, because the collective is more important than the individual. So that's why we need culturally specific response.
Wow. Okay. I know we are, sadly, y'all, we're running short on time. Like, you know, I feel like we could sit here all day and talk. I do want to squeeze in one quick question for you all. And if you can just answer briefly, I would love, and maybe a shameful plug, this is just a passion of mine, working with children, right? Talk briefly about how children, you all in your work, see children impacted by this intersection, and some resources that are available to our children who are survivors of violence.
Okay, so I thought I was gonna do eeny, meeny, miny, mo. So people have to understand that we're tossing around the word trauma a lot, right? But people have to understand that violence doesn't just affect those that the violence goes against. Violence is vicarious. So you have these children in these households, and they're witnessing this, they're seeing this. They are just as deeply affected as if it was physically happening to them as well. So I think it was beautiful that you stated about, it's not just the physical violence, it's about the mental and the spiritual violence as well. Because this shows up when they're at school. This shows up with how they interact with other peers of theirs, because a lot of things are learned and taught, a learned behavior. So it's just a never ending cycle, because they are affected whether it physically happened to them or not. And even the, you know, like say if it's a mother and this is happening to her and she doesn't have an outlet, the way that she parents may be different. Or for a father, because there are a lot of single fathers that parent their children, the way they parent may be different. So it doesn't just affect the people that are physically going through it. Trauma is vicarious, and everyone that is around is affected.
Sandra, any thoughts really quickly?
Yeah, it's just, it's historical trauma in Indian country. I mean, the trauma has never stopped from the boarding schools on down, and our children are seeing this violence happen, seeing other people, their relatives being killed, murdered and missing. And we just don't have enough resources. And sometimes in Indian health services, the quality of health providers that are put there are doing more harm. So if you look at, there's a documentary that was done on my reservation, Pine Ridge, where the doctor was sexually assaulting the boys. So it's just generational. And until we go back and have those conversations about the root causes of the violence and understand we can't separate them, it doesn't happen. But our children are continue to be harmed, and it's just generational.
I'll be super quick. There aren't enough resources. There just aren't. And oftentimes when there are resources, they want to medicalize our children as opposed to talk therapy. Like, I just need somebody to talk to who gets it. Like, and they should be culturally relevant and culturally specific. We don't have enough Black psychologists and Black therapists. And did you know, like, I was trying to find a Black psychiatrist, because you need a psychiatrist apparently to do the meds, right? Yeah, good luck. Like, that's for trying to find a unicorn, right? But there are a lot of Black thank you for the words. Yes. Yeah. And so, like, that's an alternative, right? So if somebody says, oh, you need to find a psychiatrist and you're looking for a Black one, you can't find one. Like, who's going to tell you can go to a nurse psychiatrist, right? It's a whole bunch of them. So there's just not enough. The other thing is that our children are given medication and misdiagnosed like way too much for stuff where they just need community. They just need to talk. They need to understand what they're going through. Also, I hate ACEs. Don't let people do ACEs, the Adverse Child Experience Survey on our kids. Like, stop it. Okay, so you score like 800,000, like whatever, like you've got all the trauma in the world and you're like, good luck. That is horrible. Like, don't do that. Like, just stop it. And the ACEs was created for voluntary therapy, like for life. So unless you can afford it, or unless you have some kind of program where this person can be in therapy for life or forever, whatever duration, stop it. Everything I've heard from people I've worked with who are families members have died because of gun violence, the therapy and medical costs are exorbitant. I mean, that's what I hear all the time. And for the children, having witnessed it, experienced it, trying to protect the surviving or victimized parent is traumatizing too. Survivor's remorse is huge from what I understand. But you had a call to action. Can I do that now or later?
We're going to take a couple questions, and then we'll do a final call to action.
I'm going to stay.
Okay. Ms. Orlando, do you want to do online? Okay.
And then one or two from the audience, but they'll have to be answered, stated and answered very quickly. So the question from one of our online attendees is asking, how are you working with other programs to make sure victims are connected with healing supports and services in your efforts to address gun violence?
So I know myself, like within the hospital program, we have a lot of community-based organizations that we work with. So we have a circle of safety where we have over 50 different organizations, community-based organizations that we've vetted that provide resources for anyone that comes in. So in it, we have free therapy. One of our partners inside of the hospital actually does up to 16 free sessions, and however many you need, they'll replenish them. But it's not just for someone that's been a victim. Like I said, we have an understanding that trauma is vicarious. So any of those resources are made available to anyone within the intermediate that is around. So we work with a lot of community-based organizations inside the hospital, and my organization does as well, to make sure that we have all of the resources that may be needed to help anyone that's going through a situation.
As a coalition, as a tribal coalition, we work with all the tribal programs as well as all the historically funded programs, because we can't just keep re-educating ourselves. Part of it is educating people who don't understand the history and working together, trying to close that circle, because it really means working together and seeing each other as in Indian country as relatives, making those connections. And that's how we make the change, is finding common ground.
We have a resource directory on our website.
Research directory. Okay, really quickly from the audience, you say 1 or 2 questions. All right. 2 questions.
2 questions at once.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. I was just wondering what you all think systemic solutions are. I know that when we think about the law, like you mentioned, like people are arrested, women or who are fighting back are arrested before they're asked questions. And when we think about like the carceral state, generally it's violent. So when we're sending men there, people who commit violence, they're going for years. It's not rehabilitative. They come back and commit more violence. And then when we think about like community empowerment, like we talked about earlier in other sessions, like when women try to leave or when survivors try to leave, like it's most dangerous. Like you said, even faith-based centers can be a further trigger. And like, even when we think about technology, people are using like AirPods and AirTags to stalk and further track the people they harm. So like systemically, what are solutions we can think about?
And we can take one more. Who should I take it from?
Questions first.
You want to,
If we could
Okay, you
Do
want to
questions first and then answer.
and then answer. Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
Where should I go?
Oh my goodness. Don't make me pick. Okay, this gentleman right here.
This is more so for advice. So as a Black man raising a Black woman, right, what advice can you give me to give her to kind of avoid if possible these type of situations?
I like that one.
Yeah, sure thing. This young lady here, Miss Kristen, asked the question, what are some systemic remedies to a lot of these problems, from challenges with incarceration, basically just baked in systemic racism, bias, that all of that. And then this gentleman asked the question of, as a Black man raising a Black daughter, how can you avoid some of these challenges? Is that correct? What advice can we give to him to avoid some of the challenges that we're discussing? I'll open it up and then I'll chime in.
So for the legal or the remedies, we're hoping that restorative practices and restorative justice initiatives, we're going to throw that on the wall and see how that goes. It was in the latest iteration of the Violence Against Women Act. It's very watered down in the act, but we're hoping that it will kind of pick up momentum and we'll see responsible iterations of that prior to being involved in the criminal justice system. What is the community's responsibility for holding him accountable or her, or in keeping the victim safe and the family safe so that we don't have to rely on government systems to intervene? So that's one remedy. I think, and this is more from a sociological perspective, I think we really need to look at what it means to be partnered. I mean, kind of in some of my lectures, I talk about how I really think the millennial and Gen Z generation is really going to redefine and reduce violence, because they haven't bought into the whole, you got to have a partner, you got to have the two dogs and the cat and the fence and the, the kind of the propaganda, if you will, of marriage and being partnered. I mean, I think there's a lot of healing that we have to do individually too, because I mean, loneliness is real, wanting companionship is real, but at what cost? And so I've seen kind of like with all my kids, like just like this pendulum swing of being willing to partner with somebody who causes you harm. In all the realms. And so I think that that's kind of a both and not like one or two remedies, because kind of to Sandra's point, history repeats itself. And if you always do what you've always done, you always get what you've always gotten. And so some of the strategies have been really, really good around oppression. And so they're just going to keep repeating until we kind of break out and do something different.
Yeah, it maybe we just, I know for our time's sake, anybody want to jump in to share any advice as a father raising as a child to avoid some of the challenges?
I know for me, I am a single mother. My daughter is 19 years old. We were just all talking about our kids and stuff. I think what has been helpful for me is I've never shied away from the fact of what it is that is going on with her. Her dad has always been able to be there, and he just made a choice not to be. But one, I never spoke disparagingly about him as a Black man.
Mm-hmm.
And as a Black man raising a Black woman, I realized that as a father, whatever your child is into, as far as their partner, you are the first example of what that love will look like. So a lot of times as people, we are attracted to what you are or the lack thereof. So I think that your presence and being open and communicating at all times, that will be what she sees. So what she sees is what she's going to go to.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So, and I'm just going to speak to it as a grandmother and a mother. Acceptance and not rejection. Acceptance.
And as a former counselor, I'm just going to say, me working with a lot of parents, I'm like, first, all this modeling the behavior, but also make sure you take care of you, heal you. And I'm not saying that it's you, but I'm talking about all the parents out there who are parenting children and you're trying to avoid this. Heal yourself, take time to take care of you. If there's any trauma and residual things within you, take care of you, and then the modeling will flow a little bit easier because you wouldn't have any hangups within your own self, right? So, all right.
Call to action.
Do we have 30-second call to action? I need to like y'all pushing it.
Sorry,
30-second 30-second call to action, Arnita.
Like 10
This
seconds.
is great. Yes.
Join your local domestic violence fatality review team. If you don't have one in your jurisdiction, find the next jurisdiction. If you need one, we have a program, call us and we can help you establish one.
All right, Chi, 30-second call. Okay, Arnita.
Go ahead.
Okay. Call to action, darling. Any last thing that you want to make sure everyone walks away with today? Solution, anything that you want people to just say, oh, yes.
First off, it's just big that you all are here. Understand that the solution is in this room. Network with each other. Speak, be loud, be vocal, because it's the first step in getting to the root causes of all the problems. Conversation is important. So,
all right, Ms. Sandra, go for it.
Together, we are so much stronger. Don't look for our differences, look for our similarities. Connect. Mitaku Yeoasan.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you all so much. Obviously, it was a pleasure being here and having this conversation with you. And then to this Arnita.
So thank you to our panelists. Let's give them another round of applause. This was an amazing conversation. Because we are, standing ovation. Yes. Yes, praise women of color. Yes, okay. So because we are quite a bit behind schedule, right now is lunchtime, but the next sessions start at 1:30. So we're asking if you can kind of quickly grab your lunch. Feel free to go to the room you'd like to go to next and have your lunch there. But the next session start at 1:30. So we apologize for the delay, but being behind, but we're going to try to get caught up in the next few minutes. Thank you.
don't say somebody was lost because of gun violence. I will assure you, their family knows exactly where they had to bury that person.
People who has not walked in these shoes, don't tell me that you understand, because you don't. We rally around one another. We're there for one another. But you can't come to me and say, I understand your pain if you've never been there.
If you want to just simply say to somebody, I haven't seen you in a while. I'm thinking about you and I hope every day is getting a little better for you. Say that, but don't say to somebody, you look like you're doing okay, as a way of minimizing their trauma. It was people saying those kinds of things because it was going to make them feel better if you told them you were okay.
Only thing a survivor wants is your time, your listening ear, and your heart to be open. They want someone to just listen to what they have experienced, because we all experience something different. We all have different challenges and we handle grief in a different way. So just be that great listening ear to a survivor.
Be genuine in your asking. Because anytime a survivor shares their story, they're giving a part of themselves. They're giving their heart, their emotion, every bit of their being, because if they tell the story, they're reliving it. I just simply say, I'm glad you're here. I don't think there's a single person that's been affected by gun violence, especially someone who's actually been in a shooting, that wouldn't appreciate that.
I'm not able to advise anyone to say this or that, because there's no such a thing as a magic word or phrase. Usually I give space to people.
Something that I wish that people would say is honestly, and I've had people say this before, but to just know that someone is going to be there to rally and to fight, and they want to end this too, and they know that it sucks what has happened, and they're going to fight for it to stop happening.
A lot of people, my friends included, who were not there, felt like their sense of security was shattered. And it's important to recognize that, but at the same time, I think it's important to air that feeling as it's happening. I think what you actually should say to survivors is, I can't know what it is that you are going through. I have not been through that exact thing, but most importantly, I am here.
Thank you for joining us. Thought that video would be a nice little way for us to kind of recenter, refocus, get ready to engage. I won't speak for very long because we're finally back on schedule. I don't want to ruin that. But it's my, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, I was really excited about this panel. It's a very important topic, something that we're really thinking about a lot at Center for American Progress in collaboration with partners. And so I'm very, very excited that Jennifer Mascio, one of the founding members of the Trace, something that I read every single morning without fail for many years, will be here as an expert moderator to lead our illustrious panels to talk about how we can improve media coverage of gun violence. Jennifer, take it away.
All right. Welcome, everyone. So yeah, we're here to talk about best practices for improving gun violence coverage. As Nick mentioned, I'm Jennifer Massey. I'm the founding staffer at The Trace. We are the only newsroom in the country exclusively focused on gun violence. And I'm also a contributor to CNN's Guns in America team, which contextualizes America's gun violence crisis for a national audience. I first started covering gun violence 11 years ago at the New York Times when it wasn't even its own beat. But gun violence reporting has evolved tremendously in the last decade, and that's due in no small part to some of the people on this stage. So I'm going to go around. We'd like introduce yourselves, just give a little bit about your work. Let's start with Jim McMillan.
Okay. Hey, Jennifer, thanks so much. And thanks to Center for American Progress. It's incredibly exciting to be here today. So hi, I'm Jim McMillan. I'm the founder and director of the Philadelphia Center for Gun Violence Reporting. We launched in 2020. For me, it's the culmination of 40 years work in journalism education, and nonprofits. The original hypothesis, when it was kind of just me, it grew out of a Missouri fellowship project at the time, was to explore the hypothesis that changing the way that journalists and news organizations report on gun violence could actually prevent shootings and save lives. We've refined it a little bit thanks to our research collaborative, and we now talk about advancing advancing more ethical, empathetic, and impactful reporting on gun violence. But that doesn't mean that I've given up on that first idea. We have 3 core programs. The Credible Messenger Reporting Project pairs people with extensive lived experience with more advanced professional journalists to report on root causes, lived experience, and possible solutions from the community perspective. We provide funding for each of these teams. We've produced dozens of projects at this point. We have an interdisciplinary research collaborative. We published our first study this year, and we've got 7 more in progress. And finally, a professional development program working with journalists who already cover gun violence, who don't often, represent the communities that they're covering, but have the power right now we'd help them build relationships, earn trust, build relationships, and be better journalists. Next, we're going to scale up to we recently had our first, just a couple of weeks ago, we had our first gun violence prevention reporter certification training, a curriculum we've been working on for 5 years. And we're going to scale that up with a national conference in Philadelphia in the spring. And we've also got a new documentary coming out next month, premiering next month, called The Second Trauma. It's not going to be available online. We're taking it around to film festivals and universities and hopefully news organizations and anybody who wants to see it. Or at least that's the launch plan. Thank you.
Ronnie McLean.
Hey, how you doing, everybody? My name is Ronnie McLean. I'm the Stoneleigh Immersion leader. I have a lot of roles, and I'm also a newsroom liaison for PCGVR, and I'm also a gun violence survivor. I got shot in the back of the head when I was 10 years old. So gun violence is really important to me. With my Stoneleigh fellowship, I am I'm taking journalists and survivors and putting it all in a directory, because let's face it, survivors don't get enough credit and nobody listens to us. So I will hope to have like at least 200 survivors and 200 journalists and put them together. And we're going to have media literacy programs and also just teaching them how to work with each other.
Hey, thanks for having me here today. My name is Ben Konark. I'm a criminal justice reporter at the Baltimore Banner. We're a nonprofit startup newsroom based in Baltimore, obviously. We've been around for about 1.5 years. Before I got to Baltimore, I was at the Miami Herald, and before that, I was at the Jacksonville, Florida paper, which is called the Florida Times-Union. I've been a reporter for about 10 years, but I've been covering gun violence more recently. We obviously have, like Philadelphia, we have high rates of gun crimes and gun violence in Baltimore. And it's something that's really important to our readers. But I think, there hadn't been a lot of coverage about the kind of work that was being done outside of policing to address gun violence. So that's what I've really focused on in terms of covering gun violence. I also do a lot of coverage of jails and prisons. And I'm really interested in efforts around reform. And yeah, that's pretty much who I am.
Thanks. Thank you, Ben. So as I mentioned before, gun violence reporting has evolved tremendously in the last decade. Some things have changed for the better. There are more in-depth investigations in legacy media publications. National networks are sustaining a focus on gun violence between the mass shootings. Survivors are being centered more often, but some things haven't changed. There's still local news stations tend to stick to surface coverage of shootings. Local papers are either of the tabloidy, if it bleeds, it leads variety, or dying. There are vast news deserts where shootings do not get reported in the media at all. Jim, you've been covering this for longer than I have. You launched the Gun Crisis Reporting Project in 2012, 9 months before Sandy Hook. So you actually predate this big shift in gun violence reporting that got me and so many others involved and started on this beat. You started Gun Crisis Philly because of what you saw was missing from the coverage of shootings and their aftermath. So what I want to know is what's different today and what still needs to be done? Where are the strong spots and the weak spots in the coverage?
So We could talk about this all day. The first thing I want to say is that we're really mindful in our work of all of the great gun violence prevention reporting going on right now. We see the solutions reporting, we see the community informed reporting, the data informed reporting, we see the reporting on gun violence as a public health issue. We see the movements, we see the course changing the practice of covering the crime beat at the Poynter Institute. We see there was a gun violence prevention project for 2 years at the Kansas City Times. There were 2 gun violence prevention reporters until recently at WHYY in Philadelphia. I think, Ben, you mentioned on the call last week. I don't know if you call them that, but you essentially now have 2 gun violence prevention reporters. So we're making tremendous project. I'd go so far as to say we have a movement. And we spend a lot of time engaging journalists in the present and trying to advance best practices. And what we run into are, we have some pretty enthusiastic followers who've been thinking the same things and want to get on board with us. We have some resistors, some people who think things are just fine the way they are. We observe and report, and it's not our job to fix things. But most of the people we meet are in the middle. I think that's the biggest difference. I think in my generation, maybe we were fooling ourselves, but we knew who we were. Like, we knew our assignment, and we knew our mission. And I think now we have a generation of journalists who are thinking maybe this isn't, maybe there's a better way. Maybe there's something else we should be doing, and they're coming to us for guidance. So there's so it's wrong, right? So I said we see all those good things, and I always want to hit those marks. But what we see most of the time is what we would identify as harmful reporting on gun violence, what we call episodic news reports. You know them, you can't avoid them, right? An 18-year-old male was shot at the corner of this and that and rushed to some hospital. And I'll get back into how we're addressing that later, but the volume of harmful reporting is so much greater, but the momentum for better practices is tremendous.
Ben, you cover a variety of topics related to criminal justice that aren't just gun related. And before that, you covered healthcare, COVID, racial profiling. So you kind of bring this unique perspective to the conversation as somewhat of an outside observer. What do you notice about how newsrooms are approaching gun violence stories, particularly these big conglomerates we see like Sinclair Broadcasting? They're just eating up all these local outlets.
Yeah, it's a good question. So I think it really, there's a different experience in Baltimore than I had in Florida. In Florida, it felt very driven by economics to me. News stations are interested in putting in the least amount of effort, monetizing a story and moving on. And that's what I felt like drove a lot of the coverage in Florida. Obviously, there's a lot of biases that are baked into that. But I was a reporter in Florida during the whole Florida Man craze, where everyone was looking up Florida Man headlines, and that became a thing that I actually pushed back against because I felt like it was very exploitative of typically low-income people who were the subjects of those stories. And I felt like as reporters, we should never be punching down. In Baltimore, it's a different environment. Obviously, that same dynamic I just described is at play. There's a Sinclair station, Fox Baltimore. I think they might be driven more by narratives and politics. And at the Banner, it's just directly related to what Jim was talking about. When you're talking about how reporters kind of used to know who they are, and now there's this kind of rediscovery, I think that has a lot to do with the fact that our business model evaporated. And so when the business model for reporting starts to collapse, I think a lot of newsrooms got way more introspective than they were used to being. And I got to see this firsthand at the Banner. We kind of entered into that vacuum. We're funded by philanthropy. We're also a subscription model. But there was a lot of discussions about how are we going to do this? And there were, times at which people butt heads. Folks from the legacy newspaper wanted to do things kind of the way they have been doing it. There were outsiders who wanted to shake things up a little bit. And I think that's a huge opportunity for groups like Jim's and for everyone in this room, that we're at this kind of inflection point right now in the news media climate where there are newsrooms who are thinking existentially about their role in covering these issues. And I think at the Banner, we've kind of course corrected and found like a better method of doing that. But there was a lot of growing pains along the way, because I think it was a lot of, hard questions that reporters are not used to asking themselves.
Yeah. When your editor's breathing down your neck for you to bang on someone's door who's just been traumatized. Yeah, there is a different way. Aronde, you have a unique role. You're someone who's been on both sides of the coverage, first as a survivor, and then as a newsroom educator, and a liaison who's imparting these best practices to seasoned journalists. In your prior role at Philadelphia Center for Gun Violence Reporting, you went around to newsrooms and identified trauma triggers in their coverage that could be actively harming survivors. I'm really interested to know how that was received by these seasoned reporters and editors, and what kind of improvements you've seen, and like where, it still needs improvement. Yeah.
So when I first started, nobody listened to me. I mean, I'm not a reporter, I'm not a journalist, but when I told them my story and told them like how it affected me, so if it affected me harmfully, it will affect millions and millions of people. That's why people don't watch the news. So that's what I was telling them, and they took it pretty good. I could say 3, 6, 10, 29, all the newsrooms. I'm in there and I'm banging on the door and telling them, let me in because I have valuable information. For example, all the work we're doing, it was a video that was really, really harmful. It was really triggering. Somebody was getting like executed style shot. It was on Instagram, Facebook, and all I did is make a phone call and they erased it off their Instagram and their live and everything, just because that's the improvement that we're making. Because I'm not saying that they're doing anything like bad. They don't understand what they're doing. It's just like an assignment they're told to do. It's a job for them. But I'm a survivor. I have feelings. So it's millions of survivors in the world, and they don't understand the feelings they go through. So that's how I look at it. And I do Zooms with a bunch of reporters, and they don't have no support. They said, listen, Aronde, I'm just doing my job. I'm sorry. And they don't even have no self-reflection because they're just doing the job. They don't know they doing harmful reporting. They just saying, hey, this is the best story. And they're trying to give it to the neighborhoods. They think they're doing a good job, but they're really not. I do ride-alongs with the newsrooms, and now they're asking me all the time, like, hey, what you think? Do you think this is a good story? Now the survivors is in the newsrooms. I think it's a good fit.
A lot of times we have to convince our editors that, they have an idea of what kind of coverage they want, and they're not going to bend. How have you been able to convince editors? Because that's who reporters, take our marching orders from.
Doing these Zooms weekly, we go over the old stories, and I'm like, listen, this 40 years old. Y'all shouldn't be doing this. This is old. That's why y'all don't have nobody watch the news anymore. Now you have like local. Everybody has Instagram and Facebook. Somebody gets shot, it's all on Instagram and Facebook. The reporters don't even have a chance to say the accurate information. So all we're doing is go through Facebook and we don't know what we're looking at. But the news had the accurate information if they listened to survivors.
What are some other trauma triggers that reporters should know?
You shouldn't be banging on people's door and they just got, so for instance, I have a co-victim. Her son got killed and she didn't know she got killed because the media put the wrong information out, like his age, his name, what he looked like. So they banging on the door saying, how you feel how your son got killed? And she like, my son ain't killed. That's the wrong guy, but it was her son and she didn't even know. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. It should be a survivor, or Jim created the credible messengers. So we have credible messengers out here that know the neighborhoods. You should go to a credible messenger before you banging on somebody's door. And I tell all the reporters, how would you feel if, and I be straight up with them. How would you feel if I knock on your door because your father or your mother got killed? How would you feel? And then they look within themselves and say, you know what? I'm sorry. But they don't have no trauma training. They don't have a psychiatrist they could talk to. Survivors, we have that. So now you have to look through the reporters and the journalists. Now we got to look at their jobs because they don't offer that. So just like the survivors, we give support. These reporters and journalists need support as well. So we can't blame them. We can't blame them.
A lot of times, like Jim was saying, it's unidentified 18-year-old male shot, and you never hear about it again. How have you been able to, or have you been able to convince reporters and editors to do the day 2 story, to do the day 3 story?
Oh yeah, that's my favorite word. You always got to do follow-up stories. Like in Philadelphia, right? I got shot 23 years ago. Why would you call me and say, hey, Arande, how do you feel about this 3-year-old that got shot in the head? Just because I got shot in the head, you think I can tell you how this 3-year-old got shot in the head? No, we can't do that. You can't group survivors together. Everybody have their own personal feelings. So they say, oh, seven people got shot, 1 survived. No, they say 7 got shot, 1 died, but it's all about the person that did. But the 6 other survivors is nothing. They just say this 6 survivors, that's it. They don't know, you don't know how they feel. And people that I say about survivors, we are sorry that we got the second chance of life. Like, you can't blame us because we got the second chance of life. Sometimes I feel like I wish the bullet finished the job because we don't get no credit for survivors. We don't get no credit. But everybody that died and got shot, they get all the credit in the world. That the story runs so good for a week. For a week you'll hear it. But survivors, oh no. It's a 30-second and then it's a commercial. Suicide, after somebody commits suicide, you got like the suicide hotline. You have everything after that. Survivors, oh no. It's nothing after that. So there's no grief, no counseling or anything.
No, I guess the perception is, well, you survived. It's a happy ending.
Yep.
And you can say, no, it's a long road.
It's a long road. And I tell everybody, like, after you get out the hospital, they want you to live a normal life. And I ask everybody, every survivor, what is normal? Ask your doctor what's normal is. Because like me, I got shot in the back of the head. I'm partially paralyzed on the right side. It looks like I'm normal, but what is normal? You can't say what's normal. You don't know what I go through, PTSD, can't sleep. They just say, hey, he's doing a good job. You're not, you didn't ask me. So that's my take on it.
So a lot of us got into this after Sandy Hook. That's kind of when this journalism movement really took off. And once we were there, we realized that most gun injuries and deaths are not actually mass shootings, less than 5%. But the communities most impacted by gun violence weren't being centered in the coverage at all. Part of the problem is the sheer number of victims. 132 people die every day, but that's just fatalities. 3 times that number are wounded every day. And the coverage is typically a snapshot presented without context, as we discussed. And this basically strips communities of their humanity and reduces them to stereotypes. And Jim, earlier this year, you published your first study out of the Philadelphia Center for Gun Violence Reporting about how harmful local news coverage of shootings can be. You and your team asked survivors how they felt about how they were depicted in the news. And the title of the study really says it all, Like I'm a Nobody. Can you tell us some of what they told you?
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, we could almost stop right there. That's the whole story, right? But to share some details, well, I for context, I should explain. We have interdisciplinary research collaborative led by Dr. Jessica Beard. Dr. Beard is a trauma surgeon at Temple Hospital in Philadelphia, which has an enormous number of in her language firearm injured patients, and that she cares for every day and night that she works. But also thanks to the Stoneleigh Foundation, which also supports Arande, Jessica, Dr. Beard has a Stoneleigh Fellowship with us to spend half of her time as the Director of Research at the Philadelphia Center for Gun Violence Reporting. We published our first study earlier this year, and and there are many more seven more in the works, I think. Okay, anyway, so that first study, Like I'm a Nobody, the title is Like I'm a Nobody, Firearm Injured People's Perspectives and News Media Reporting About Firearm Violence. And it's their response, and what are they responding to? They're responding mostly to that harmful episodic reporting, right? And our research team interviewed 26 recently injured patients who, once their lives had been saved and stabilized and came home and came back for clinical care, they were invited to opt into research interviews, and most of them did. And the results were damning. They said that the news reporting on gun violence in Philadelphia, they were asked about their feelings about gun violence reporting in general and about the reporting on their case. But they said the news reporting in Philadelphia left them feeling scared, hopeless, and dehumanized, that it did harm to their reputation because everybody gets treated like a suspect, that it put them at physical risk. On one hand, they fear they were being put at physical risk when news organizations disclose the location of the hospital, for example. And it's not paranoia. There was a shooting in the ambulance bay at Temple Hospital a few months ago. There are some signals that suggest that they would be, after watching the news, they would be more likely to acquire and carry firearms. And we all know what that will result in. About half of them, of the participants, reported that their stories were reported in the news, and half weren't. This tracks with a previous study of ours that Dr. Beard generously made me a co-author for my administrative support. But before we launched the center, another study that we worked on together showed that half of the shooting victims in Philadelphia go completely uncovered in the news. And that means not one mention, not once, in not one news organization. And so and there are a lot of shooting victims. So over the past 8 years, 15,000 people have been shot in Philadelphia. 3,000 have died. And it seems unreasonable. Okay, I'm not talking about the research. This is my opinion for a moment. It seems unreasonable to think anybody has the capacity to cover all of them. But as long as you don't, we should stop acting like we do. And then back to the study, and less me freewheeling. This was interesting. Last point. Not one of them had been contacted by a journalist. So the 13 people who were in the news had their stories told without them, most often by law enforcement with a very different agenda and narrative, of course. And I just, while I'm on it, before I finish, this is on our homepage at pcgvr.org, or Google up the Like I'm a Nobody study, or grab me after. And I just want to make a note that Dr. Beard it was just announced last week that Temple Health announced that Dr. Beard has been recognized with an NIH study to follow up on this work, incredibly to develop a score for harmful news reporting and develop a tool to measure it. So I'm incredibly excited about where this could lead. And I think maybe I'll get back to that.
What the perception when you have local news that just covers gun violence in one community, but on such a surface level, it reduces that community, to a stereotype, a talking point. Shootings involving white people aren't covered the same. Let's be honest. Can you talk a little more about the racial disparities that Dr. Beard uncovered?
So I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Just the fact that shootings involving are covered so differently, like, day 2, day 3 coverage, but you have entire communities of color that it's just hit and run coverage, parachuting in, parachuting out.
I'll hand it off. So I'm going to hand it off to Rhonda because he's the expert in this.
Yeah.
But briefly, you've reminded me that there's another study that shows, and I'm going to do my best to cite it, and you can correct me, that some shootings get more attention than others. And obviously, when children are wounded or killed, when police officers are wounded or killed, and women, I think, but I really can't cite that in detail. I'm sorry, but I think really the community perspective on what that feels like might be the most important response.
Rhonda, can you talk a little bit?
Let's be honest. Every time one of us gets shot, they feel like it's gang related. So then they're not going to put that on the news. But somebody else that's not Black and brown, they're so innocent. Oh my God, what happened to them? They need to know what school they went to. They was perfect attendance. Like, what are you talking about? You ain't know I got accepted to Yale or not. They don't do no background for us. But that's just my opinion. It's not facts. It's just my opinion.
No, also, I've noticed that local outlets and harmful coverage tends to just kind of any shooting that happens in a community of color, even if it's domestic violence, arguments, it's automatically labeled a gang shooting.
Yes.
And yeah. Ben, what have you noticed on this front coming into this, the disparities, and how have you worked in your newsroom to kind of counter that?
Well, I really don't know where to start with that one. I mean, I think the elephant in the room is that the newsrooms don't really represent these communities that are affected by gun violence. Our newsroom is an example of that. Most of, if not all of the criminal justice reporters are white men. And I just don't know where to start with that. I mean, I think there's a lot of, I was asked in a job interview once, like, why should you tell these communities stories? And I didn't have an answer because I don't know if I should, but it's an interest of mine. I care about good journalism, but I think in an ideal world, communities should be represented by people who come from those communities and who can relate to those communities. So that's kind of part one. We were talking about this earlier, but the bias in information and information that newsrooms receive, we're all on the Baltimore Police Department's mailing list. They know where to find us. There's not a group like yours in Baltimore. I wish there was. I think every city needs one. And I think, I think that newsrooms need to do a better job of holding themselves accountable, not just in their hiring and training practices, but also in, what harm do we cause in our reporting? And I don't really ever see that question asked. So
like no postmortem, like trauma debrief, and maybe that should be standard.
I think there's more reflection in the newsroom I'm currently working in than there has been in any other newsroom, and it's still, I think, woefully inadequate. I mean, we are so quick to kind of celebrate ourselves and the power we have when we do something right, but we're never really willing to ask the questions of like, well, what did we get wrong this week? What did we get wrong this month? What did we get wrong this year? And we do some polling and stuff, but we ask people where they get their news, what they think about various issues. But I think if we ask folks, hey, are we doing a good job? We might not like the responses we get.
Well, that's also because, the way success is measured in a newsroom isn't have we harmed people, it's how many clicks, and sustaining the business model. Yeah. And you mentioned when we spoke about this a couple of weeks ago, the need to separate cops reporting from public health reporting, because gun violence is a public health issue, but the police narrative, isn't exactly conducive to telling that story. Can you just talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think you pretty much nailed it, but I think, I've covered criminal justice and I've covered healthcare. I can't claim credit for this kind of way of thinking. I think a lot of people have it, but one of my good friends, Andrew Pantazzi from Jacksonville, would always say, gun violence should not be covered by the cops reporter. What are you doing when you put that person in charge of covering gun violence? Well, you're taking someone whose entire information ecosystem is built around the police, and then you're saying you cover that. And so what are they going to do? They're going to give you the police's perspective, front and center. Gun violence, we know it acts and operates as a public health problem. So why is the public health reporter not covering the public health problem? So I think in our newsroom, we've done a good job of kind of restructuring that a little bit. We have breaking news reporters, and then we have a criminal justice reporter, and we just hired, as Jim mentioned earlier, someone who's going to focus completely on gun violence as its own beat. And I think that's, far more suitable.
Yeah, I worked at a legacy media publication. I won't say which, you can look it up, where the cops reporter, the longtime cops reporter, ended up becoming a spokesperson for the police department. Yeah. So there's been a generational shift underway in gun violence reporting, where the kids who grew up with active shooter drills as a fact of life are now reporters. And some of them have even been in shootings themselves or touched by gun violence in some way. It feels like it's closing in rapidly, so that soon many reporters will have some type of experience with gun violence before they even get their first job. Jim and I didn't grow up with this. Emergency drills for us were fire drills and earthquake drills. But Ben, you grew up with this, and I was wondering, what you could tell us about how your generation is approaching this topic differently than our generation, and what might this beat look like, going forward when more people who've been steeped in gun violence themselves are out there on the front lines reporting on it. How does that firsthand experience change the coverage?
I mean, yeah, I think I'm kind of a straddle the lines in between. Like I was in 6th grade when Columbine happened, and that was kind of the first time I remember really thinking about gun violence. And I think this generation of reporters, again, I think it goes back to some of the business model stuff I was talking about earlier. I think you have when I go to journalism schools, I'm always blown away by the sharpness and the nuance that younger reporters use when they talk about issues like gun violence and when they talk about criminal justice in particular. When I was first starting off in journalism, I was really into covering prisons in Florida, and I had editors ask me in job interviews, why should we care? No one cares about prisoners, and using expletives to describe them. And it was just kind of mind blowing to me. And I think that is getting phased out, thankfully, in the journalism world. I think that kind of old school, Jim, you alluded to it earlier, this old school print newspaper mentality of like, hey, we're just the facts. And there was this long ignorance of the fact that you as a well-to-do white person in this newsroom, your version of just the facts is very different from someone else's version of just the facts. So this idea of objectivity, I think, has been challenged a lot more by this younger generation. But I do think in terms of gun violence in particular, what we're seeing is this issue take hold in more people's lives. And I think that will lead more people to be interested in reporting on it. And I'm hoping that, those fresh perspectives help move that along. But again, I'll repeat, to be real with everyone here, I think the way I would describe it is journalists and newsrooms have gotten better, but there's a really long way to go.
Yeah, we have to move away from the time when the wealthy white perspective is seen as the default, which is like, what? Aronde, in September, you were the subject of a profile by Philly's NBC affiliate. You should all look it up. It was beautiful. It included personal details, though, about your shooting and your recovery, your PTSD, things that most of us would be really terrified to share with the world. Having been on both sides of this now, working with journalists, after, being covered as a shooting victim yourself, how did you feel about that process and the finished product? Did the reporter handle you with care? Were there things that you noticed that were not trauma-informed and sensitive? Were you consulted along the way? Were there errors in the final piece?
I think now, because I'm still a man, so they're not gonna try to bully me like they was when I was 10 years old. So I can speak up for myself now. I'm not saying that on TV. Oh, I'm not doing that. And the finished project was amazing. Like, to give you a background, when I was 10, when I got shot, I didn't know I got shot. I was watching TV, and they have something like Crime Fighters on in Philadelphia. And I was watching the news, and my face popped up. 10-year-old boy shot in the head. And I'm like, oh, that's me. Then I had a seizure. So I had a seizure for like 2-3 minutes because my brain was trying to figure out why I'm on TV and what's happening to me. They told me I got hit by a car, but I always wonder why I got to walk around with a helmet on, why I'm in a wheelchair, because they was trying to protect me. But I mean, I can't blame the news because they didn't know that, but still they should be trauma informed. They still should contact the family before they just put it out there. Now I'm on the news. They always ask me, hey, are you okay? Are you sure you want to talk about this? They even say, hey, do you want bottled water or glass water? So it's like, now I feel like important. Now I feel like they care about me. But at the same time, I don't want them to care about me. They should care about all the survivors and include all the survivors, just not me.
Jim, I want to talk about what you have cooking, because it's some really great stuff. About 4 years ago, I went to your first conference. You brought so many journalists and public health professionals, physicians together. And that's kind of what Jim's, been doing, bringing everyone together to learn from each other and to be better. You just hosted your first gun violence prevention reporter certification workshop. Now, as reporters, we're not certified. There's no bureau or license, so this is very different. And, your colleague, Jessica Beard, who you mentioned, won an NIH grant to study local coverage of shootings in communities of color and how that coverage can harm survivors. Tell us about that, and all these developments you have in the offing.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. That was the culmination of 5 years' work, so I'll do my best here. In a nutshell, so what we're trying to do is to change the practice of gun violence reporting. And for me, speaking just for me for a moment, because it's a collaboration, I've had the great fortune to explore, to study and teach and try to practice some of what I call ideals in journalism. There are separate disciplines of peace journalism, of trauma journalism, or trauma-informed journalism, and solutions journalism. And I've tried to bring a lot of that work together but really the secret sauce in our organization, besides the courage of our community partners and staffers like Arande, the secret sauce is bringing everybody together, bringing together journalists and community people with real lived expertise and researchers with their sort of expertise to try to figure out how we can do it. And so the culmination just a couple of weeks ago was our first ever gun violence prevention certification workshop. And like that conference 4 years ago, it was an experiment. I wonder if journalists will buy into this idea that they will, and kind of like that spectrum I talked about earlier, there was a great deal of enthusiasm, and then there was a wider spectrum of people with enough curiosity to turn up. And then there are some people that don't return our emails when we invite them to this with a generous stipend to participate. So it's a test in itself. But we certainly touched on all of those things. I don't have the whole curriculum at the tip of my tongue, but we had a trauma talk from Professor Von Laddie, who leads the Logan Center for Urban Investigative Reporting at Temple University, is also a fellow of the Dart Center for Journalism and Trauma. So she did a trauma talk. Professor Jennifer Midbury is a journalism professor at Lehigh University, but also once worked at the Philadelphia Daily News with me 15 or almost 20 years ago. And she talked about solutions. She introduced solutions journalism, and Dr. Beard talked about solutions to gun violence. She talked about a public health. It's a lot of journalists, maybe a lot of everybody, can sort of say we need to take a public health approach, but what does that mean? And to really break it down into the evidence and the practices and what we know. And I'm probably leaving out other parts. So it was a very rich curriculum. But the real power, but the next layer of power is having brought all of those people together, sending them back out, and now monitoring what they do with it.
Many newsrooms have climate change reporters. Some newsrooms even have Taylor Swift reporters. Gun violence is not really its own beat still. When do you all think that's going to happen? Anyone can chime in.
If I could just wrap up what I was talking about, and no, I mean, I'm sorry, if I can follow up on that in terms of what I was talking about. So I don't know when it's going to happen, but here's what's happening is a couple of years ago when I got this fellowship to start this project 4 years ago at the University of Missouri, I heard from an editor at the Kansas City Times who said, we'd like to explore this. And they hired three young people, Report for America fellows, young journalists, generally some are out of grad school, I think, but young journalists who worked on solutions across the state for 2 years. And at WHYY, when I'm so proud of this little twist, when they hired their first 2 gun violence prevention reporters, when I saw the job description for the first one a couple of years ago, I called them and said, why don't you call them gun violence prevention reporters? Like our prevention certification. This speaks to one aspect of, I'm going to go into the weeds for a minute here, but it speaks to one aspect of peace journalism. Peace journalists will remind you that it's only when it comes to conflict that we focus on a bias toward the negative of war and conflict. And when I used to study and teach peace journalism and lecture about peace journalism, somebody would inevitably raise their hand and say, couldn't you apply that to the crime beat? And if you think about it, newspapers have health reporters and business desks. They don't have illness reporters and bankruptcy beats. So should we have a gun violence reporter or should we have a peace reporter? Well, when you say peace, it starts to sound like, biases in politics. But if we focus on gun violence prevention, it sounds a little bit more, well, it is, right? It sounds more like the science than it is. So I think, and I guess I just want to, the last thing I want to add is that lots of people in lots of places are doing gun violence prevention reporting without that job title. Some people are transforming in the jobs they're in. Some people are grabbing traditional jobs and doing them in a new way. I think it's even better when you name it, but it's pretty cool that the movement is growing either way.
I thought it was interesting that it was gun violence prevention reporter, because that word prevention can be a loaded term. Oh, you're an activist. Well, I mean, we all want to prevent gun violence. The only real difference is what we think will solve it. And, you know, we look at the research and, you know, other people look at different things, economic considerations, personal, you know, beliefs. Arante, what if you were to like design, you know, a newsroom or, you know, like a gun violence like beat, what like would that look like for you?
I think I can't answer that question because I'm kind of biased. I would have all the survivors, you know, I would train them media literacy, and they would be on the beat because they have firsthand experience. It's not about because they got shot, they handled it. And that's the problem that people don't understand, how you handle getting shot. That is like the worst part. And I wouldn't never want to talk to like a psychiatrist or anything like that because they don't understand. But if I could talk to a survivor, oh, I could talk to them for days. We're connected. So if they could go around and like we had the project, The Credible Messenger, I could go off for a rant for like 1 minute. I was really angry before I met Jim. Oh, this is my boss, y'all. I was really angry. And he said, hey, I have this program, Credible Messenger. You partner up with a professional partner that could be a reporter or a journalist, and they help you tell your story. Because I just wanted to blame the whole world. And they just said, hey, stop, just put everything in order. And we created this documentary called They Don't Care About Us, or Do They? And I interviewed so many people, and they all said the same thing, like, Aranda, you can't get mad at me. I didn't shoot you, but I'm the mayor of Philadelphia because my nephew got shot, or I'm a psychiatrist because my brother got shot and he didn't know how to deal with his anger. So everybody affected it, and they went to their profession because they was dealing with gun violence. So now, that's why I always think, Jim, like, I could have went crazy, but this Credible Messenger project really saved my life. So if every city or state adopted this Credible Messenger project, like, gun violence would go down because we wouldn't know how to deal with it. This is my
Reporters, there are reporters who have been through, sexual assault who are taken off the beat because they're thought of as biased. So that's a big obstacle to survivors telling their own stories. But it's not bias, it's expertise.
Yeah.
That's basically the difference. I'm going to ask something I ask everyone I interview. Is there anything I haven't asked that you'd like to tell me? Is there anything I may have missed about this that you want to make sure I get out?
Two quick things I just thought of. On a title, my job title is criminal justice. I think it ran out of battery.
Oh, here, take mine.
Hello. So my title is criminal justice reporter, which I also have an issue with, because I don't cover a lot of justice, honestly. And like, I think that's a kind of outdated term, and it implies something that I think, when you look at our criminal legal system, I think you kind of have to squint to see it. So that's just a aside. The other thing I would raise is, as a COVID reporter, I thought this really was enlightening, but I remember being, I covered COVID for the Miami Herald, and there was a lot of discussions, not just in our newsroom, but through journalists talking to each other on Twitter, a lot of emphasis on paying attention to the research. What does the research say? If it's not scientific, we don't want to hear it. We don't want to platform it. Where is that in criminal justice reporting? Where does that mindset even exist? I was just in a discussion the other day where we were talking about the homicide drop in Baltimore, where we're coming in around 250, which is, low for Baltimore, still very high, obviously. And there was, well, what can we point to? What about the new state's attorney? What about, all this stuff? And it's just like, has anyone in this room like read research on what drives homicide rates? And so it's just, I think journalism needs to take the lesson that the pandemic forced upon us, which is that just because you're a reporter doesn't mean you get to ignore the science. And I don't see that in criminal justice. And I think that's a big area for improvement.
Aronde. Like
Okay, I'll be quick. I mean, obviously, like, follow, subscribe, get to know the Philadelphia Center for Gun Violence Reporting. And then the other thing, and there's a donate button, but the other thing is that might be more actionable for you is that one thing we've learned is that journalists really like to hear from the news consumers, and that you really have a voice. And for example, in Philadelphia, because I've had to go find them all, 3 of the 4 major news stations have every reporter's email address on their site. It's just about 5 pages deep. It's a little bit of work. The major legacy news company has all of their addresses on the site. All of the digital first and sort of community organizations that have some way to reach them. And then this is entirely all the time. But maybe they're a little bit tired. Enforce the good things. That sounds like what I'm being told. That's the way to make a difference, because they can bring that to their editors. They can get more time and do more of that. So celebrate reporting, back them up, help them out, let them know what you think.
Aronde, what is something that you'd like everyone to know?
Well, I think I said everything.
Yeah.
Another one thing is that you ain't actually, like, everybody always asks me like, hey, Aronde, what happened to the person that shot you, or what happened? Are they in jail? And I wouldn't become the person I am if I didn't get shot. So like, I don't know the person, but every interview, every time I'm on a big stage, I will always like thank them, because I wouldn't be able to save survivors. If I didn't get shot, these survivors might have committed suicide or not be in a dark place. So every interview I say, like, thank the person that shot me, because they really changed my life. I mean, I'm not perfect, but I like the way I am now. So that's what I'm saying.
Thank you very much. Do we have time for questions, or did we? Yes.
We're going to take one question from online, that I'm actually going to combine 2 questions, and then we'll do a couple from the room real quick. How is progress being made on including in reporting answers to the questions like, where did the shooter get the gun? Was the victim armed or unarmed? That sort of question.
Jim? Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Is
No, no,
there progress being made on getting reporters to ask those questions?
I mean, I think those are the questions that are probably asked the most. What's not asked are the people, the human story, right? I think that you can probably speak to that.
Hey, I know a question that gets asked every night. And this is really important to understand why other ones don't get asked. If you go to a crime scene in Philadelphia, and I still do once in a while, and when I worked for the Philadelphia Daily News, I went to 2,000 shooting scenes over 17 years. And when more often when a TV news crew pulls up in the evening, they have one question, and it's not, how did this happen? What does it mean? When will it end? It's who's talking. Because they're under intense pressure to turn around a package on deadline, and you have to spray the scene. You have to get the facts from the police usually to do the stand-up, and you have to interview somebody. Well, guess what? Who's talking? In a lot of shootings, everybody runs inside and locks their doors and turns out the lights for when the detectives come knocking, right? Because they don't want to be connected with them, right? So we get nothing but the police narrative. How do we get? So we have to. In our work, we have to recognize that that's the real impediment. That's the challenge. That's the environment they're working in. They have to turn around their report for deadline, or they're not going to be reporting anymore. So we have to help them to do a better job in that sort of episodic scenario. And one of the ways that we're doing it, for example, is now we're going to have, when by the completion of Aronde's project in 2 years, they're going to have instant mobile access to survivors and be able to ask real questions from people with real authority about how this happens and when it's going to end.
Okay, we're going to take 2 questions at once. Feel free to call on whoever you want.
Well, my name is Frank here from New York Against Gun Violence. I think about the way that the news and the media as a whole covered gun violence and crime in the wake of the war on drugs, right? Mainly the 80s, late 80s and 90s. And I'm wondering, what opportunities do you think were lost in terms of empathy for communities of colors and advocacy from more influential communities in the way that the media covered gun violence and urban crime in that way?
Jim, I defer to you on this.
In a word, immeasurable, right? I mean, it's, and you know, full disclosure, I was part of that. That's the industry I came up in. That's the kind of work I did. That's what I was led to believe was the best public service. And it's a lot to realize that you were doing more harm than good. And there are a lot of people still doing more harm than good. Not as many, perhaps. What was lost? Just a generation. We could dig into it all day, but I don't know a big enough word.
We have time for one more brief question. Who should I go to?
Good afternoon, Lydia Watts. I work in Baltimore, so I work with Ben a lot, and so it's related to my like how I got to know Ben is one, having worked with survivors of crime for 30 years. And I get it. I'm always asked, is there somebody who I can speak to who has experienced X? And I now trust Ben, but typically me and my staff are like, no, don't know anybody because of, we don't have control over what goes into the story, right? And survivors aren't getting media training like, political spin doctors have, that they just say the same thing to any question. So that's one. The second one is just to follow up on Ben's point about the, not forgetting that there's science around all of this. Is what I really appreciate about Ben, and what I hope other reporters will do is to seek experts that can counter that narrative, right? Like if you're getting the police narrative, you can include that, but then to get somebody else, it doesn't have to be a survivor because there might not be anybody willing to talk or because of trauma, the traumatization, but you can go to the programs that work with survivors who can offer a counter narrative. So just one, like, how do you find the trusted reporters? Ben did a great job when he first hit Baltimore, and then we were all like, yay, because the sun was not a place that we were going to go. But secondly, like, how do we encourage reporters to look to the experts, not only the lived experience experts, but also people who are working in this arena for whom it might be more comfortable and safer to talk.
Thank you for that. And that we're out of time. Yeah. This has been incredible. Thank you so much, all of you. Aronde, Ben, Jim, and thank you.
We are now taking a 10-minute break so that we can bring the rooms back together into one session.
Oh, yeah.
It's another very exciting afternoon plenary panel. We got some seats up in the front if you want to join us. Well, it is my pleasure to introduce today's moderator, someone I'm very lucky to consider my colleague, Arnita Holloman. She is, yeah. If you don't know her in her current role as director on the gun violence prevention team here at CAP, you might know her from her work with Community Justice Action Fund and as and as one of the most respected leaders of an Office of Violence Prevention, one of the hardest jobs anybody could ever have in Milwaukee. And when I had the pleasure of calling her references, everyone from community members to law enforcement to government officials to community members all just had the most wonderful things to say about her. So please, you're in good hands. I'm going to pass it over to my good colleague, Arnita.
Thanks, Nick. I'll hit your hand later for that nice introduction, right? So I have the pleasure of having two esteemed guests, and they are here for reasons they should not be here for, but they are doing powerful work. And so Mr. Garnell Whitfield and Greg Jackson Jr. And they're going to introduce themselves, and then we will start this conversation.
Good afternoon. My name is Garnell Whitfield. As she said, I am from Buffalo, New York. My mother was Mrs. Ruth Whitfield. She was the is that better? Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. She was the eldest victim in the Tops shooting in Buffalo, New York on 5/14/22. My mother was 86 years old, married to my father for 68 years. And that's what brings me into this work.
Greg Jackson, I think I spoke to y'all earlier this morning, but I think what brings me to this panel specifically was when I went to Buffalo and spent time with Garnell Whitfield, hung out with his whole family. They treated me like a cousin. We went to the bar, had food. But unfortunately, was extremely close with a community that went through what I would argue one of the most devastating mass shootings in our country. And one of the most devastating examples of how bad things can get when we don't support the entire community. And so I'll never forget that, getting there, and it was people just didn't have food, didn't have access to food. People were crying in the streets. And all I could do was just figure out how to help. And so there was old man unloading potatoes. And I just jumped in the truck and was like, hey, I'm here to help, man. And he was like, well, who are you here with? And I was like, it don't matter. You 70-some years old. Let me help you with these potatoes, And I spent hours, about 2-3 hours every day while I was in Buffalo, helping him unload potatoes and give it to the community. And it was inspiring to be there, to be a resource, but it was so heartbreaking that the local church had to give potatoes to the community just to keep people, fed during this really tragic time. Meanwhile, there was an entire parking lot of news cameras, hundreds of cameras. And this one guy actually came over to us and started taking photos of us. We were handing out food. And mind you, I'm on this truck with this elderly man. I said, man, put that camera down and come help, He said, oh, that's not my job. I'm not here for that, and just kind of scuttled off and took photos. And but it was just a very clear example that to America, it felt like Buffalo was entertainment and not the tragedy and the crisis that it was in that community. So that in that moment, that was something I committed to do all I could to help change. And that's I think what brings me to this panel and really what we're trying to build in the White House is to prevent a moment like that again.
You brought up some really great points. Beside the fact that I was in Buffalo and you, Garnell, did not invite me to dinner or to the bar. Anyway,
you can go to Brothers with us. Get that fried lobster. You did. She was there.
Okay. So I was trying to get an extra meal. Anyway, you brought up a great point, especially after the last session that was in this room in the media about improving responses or how gun violence is covered. And so there's so many facets to what happens, right? And so the same weekend that that shooting happened in Buffalo, in Milwaukee, 19 people were shot in a mass shooting, and most people have not ever heard that. And so it wasn't reported on a national news outlet. And I think primarily because one, people didn't die, which is a good thing, right? However, it has a very strong and lasting impact on those survivors and the community. Garnell, can you talk a little bit about what the impact was on you, your family, the community, and what resources or what support you did receive and what was still needed?
So for me, prior to 5/14, I was the commissioner of fire in the city for many years, had 34-year career in the fire service in Buffalo, New York. And a couple of years after that, I was the assistant commissioner of Homeland Security for the state of New York. So I've been responding to these types of incidences, emergencies for some time throughout my adult life. But on this particular date, I became a victim and a survivor. And it was a very different role for me to take on, to see it from the other side. Obviously, because of my relationships with the first response community, with the politicians and the hierarchy in Buffalo, I had access to information and resources that the other victims really did not have. I was able to ascertain the status of my mother well before anybody knew their loved ones had met their demise. I was able to get all kinds of information because of my access, and it should not really be that way. Others were left to fend for themselves. Some didn't even know until the next day that they had lost a loved one. And that's unacceptable. And so having seen that and been a part of that, also, one of the things that happened is that because of my previous life, because of my relationships, people came to me. The media came to me. Everybody came to me. And some of the families and the community took great exception to that, and rightfully so, because I got attention and coverage that they did not get. And their loved ones is just as important as, my mother to them. And so there was a disparity in terms of the coverage of the media and that. And I tried to tell the media, I've always tried to tell the media that they have an obligation and a duty to be the voice of the people and to speak truth to power and to ask the tough questions. And this is not entertainment. You know what I'm saying? They like to stick a camera in your face when you're crying and show you, in a vulnerable state and that's good TV for them. But when it's time to actually do the work and get your hands dirty and ask tough questions and hold people accountable, they don't do a very good job with that. So I've tried to insist that, like Greg said, they want to take pictures when you're passing out potatoes or something, but they don't want to get their hands dirty. So I've tried to have a relationship with the media and the press where they're held accountable and responsible too.
Thank you. I'd like for you both to paint a picture of what it looks like when there's not a coordinated federal response to a mass shooting or, gun violence that's happening in community. And obviously, Greg, you have the experience as both a survivor and, an advocate. But what does that look like going on the ground to support? And Garnell, obviously from your side as well. And then we'll kind of get into this coordinated response.
Man, so that's a lot of memories starting to flash. First of all, it was still a very dangerous situation. So the first few days that I was there, I got there, I think 2 days after the shooting, there were still multiple threats happening. There were still online threats of a few more attacks on different public spaces. I remember the rental car I got, the guy gave me this car that looked really like low key because he was like, I don't want them to see you because you don't want to be targeted. It was almost like going into like a war zone or something. But then when you get to the neighborhood, you had an army's worth of law enforcement, hundreds of television cameras, but then a community that's just been totally disrupted and thrown on his head, and there's police tape everywhere. Everything's locked down, and there were just a handful of churches, you know, kind of helping to give out food. And then we had the first big vigil, and I think the first vigil was only supposed to be like 100, 200 people, and it had to be like 700 people there, and no grief counselors, right? No therapeutic support. So people are going through this very traumatic recollection, and there were pictures up of everyone that was lost. And I'll never forget, there was a little girl that was playing, and her caretaker was so distraught that she couldn't really pay attention to the little girl. And I remember comforting her and holding her and helping her caretaker along. And then at the end, she couldn't really explain. And later she said, that was my best friend, Roberta Drury, that was killed. And this is her daughter. And I was like, oh my God, you know, this little child was too young to even process what happened. So she's playing and running around, and everybody's like, who's this little kid, you know, acting up at such a serious moment? But her mother is gone forever, you know? And then her caretaker was like, hey, I really need help. You know, can you help us out? Because I'm taking care of this girl now. And we went to the house, her refrigerator wasn't working. Like, she was about to get evicted. And so these are just kind of snapshots. We went to this like makeshift response center, and all the superintendents for the area were there, and they were talking about the school reopening and how they had like big fights were breaking out in the school because there was no real plan. The kids were traumatized. There was a lot of racial tensions. And so just like this ripple from that one shooting had impacted the businesses, had impacted food access, had impacted the school system, had impacted the families and the entire community. And I'll never forget calling the White House and be like, hey, who's coming here? What's going on? Oh, we have someone coming. And it was like their faith person from Department of Homeland Security. And I was like, what are you here? You know, what are you doing? You know,
and I remember hearing the calls with you and Erica Ford with the White House saying, like, we need therapists. We need
something, you know,
people with culturally specific, you know.
Yeah. So I just kind of forgetting the question. Sorry, because I'm kind of like reliving this, but I just don't know how else to explain it. I mean, it was, I mean, they had an entire center set up, the library for all the employees, and the employees were in terrible shape. And then there were kids who were in the grocery store, and they were traumatized. And I remember we had a toy giveaway for one of the little girls, and she was shaking because she was scared because there was so many people. And we were like, well, what's going on? And she was like, last time there was this many people, I had to go hide in the freezer. And like, just, you know, this is the level of trauma. But again, the community is trying to pick up the pieces with no resources, no support. East Buffalo is one of the most impoverished parts of the city. And it was just the community fighting to put together the pieces on their own. And so hopefully that paints a little bit of a picture. And this we weren't even talking about the families. This is everybody that wasn't directly related, you know, that were impacted by this. And there was just literally no federal presence beyond law enforcement, despite everything else breaking down, it seemed like.
Garnell, before you respond, I would like to remind everyone that while this is a difficult conversation, we understand that, and there is a therapist available. So please utilize her as a resource if you need to.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Greg lifted up is that, you know, there were 10 families that lost loved ones on 5/14. There were 3 other persons who were wounded, but the entire community suffered. There were, he alluded to the people in the store during the shooting. One young lady was in the store with her daughter. She fell and covered her daughter up. The gunman came to her and put the gun to her head. She begged him for her life, but he branded her with the muzzle of the gun. She is extremely traumatized even now. She's alive, but she's damaged. I mean, she's hurting. And so is the entire community. And the thing about Buffalo, what people must understand is this was a racially motivated shooting. This was not some random thing. This was a planned attack by a white supremacist, which greatly complicates and exacerbates pre-existing trauma of Black people in America, in Buffalo, on the East Side. The East Side of Buffalo did not get in this state by accident. Okay. This is not an accident that it is under-resourced, that it is segregated, that it's been criminalized, that the people there suffer health disparities. This is not by accident. And so for me, as a first responder and doing this work most of my life, to see my community in such a state as this, and to be attacked in the way that it has been, I'm here because I do support gun legislation. I support all of those things like that. But for me, it's a much bigger story. It's a much bigger fight. We've got to talk about the underlying issues in this country that support violence. White supremacy and white nationalism have been identified by Homeland Security, by the government as the #1 threat to our homeland. And that's not guns. Guns is an outgrowth of that for sure. We've got to deal with that. But we got to talk about these other issues. So for Buffalo, it's much more complicated. I go to these places, I travel the country, I meet people, and I'm certainly empathetic and support all of these things. But there's an aversion to what the real issue here in this country. And so I'm glad to lift that up today.
Thank you. So Garnell, can you talk a little bit about what resources you all did receive and what did you need that you may not have received in the immediate aftermath and in the long term?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think if I'm to be honest, when something like this happens in your community, especially an impoverished community that's already under-resourced, when something you don't know what you need because you never had it before anyway. So you don't know anything about therapy. You don't know anything about any of these things. For there not to be culturally sensitive therapists within our community, that's the norm. That's the norm. For us not to seek help outside of that community, that's our norm. That's how people live every day. So, you know, so there's a lot of work that has to be done before these incidents happen in these communities to educate people and to provide these services before these things happen. And I think some of the work that Greg and his office are doing are going to prepare communities better, to educate them, you know, so that they understand what resources are available, how to avail themselves of them. One of the things that, I mean, I'm very excited about the work that's being done out of the White House. And I'm especially excited because they put people in place who you know, who've lived this and who have been doing this work all along, people who have access to these communities and will be respected and received within these communities. That's very, very, very important. But as my experience on a local level, in you know, being an emergency manager and dealing with emergencies within our local community, there's a disconnect within those communities in terms of how the city interacts with the county and the county with the state. There's these local politics that prevent the communities that need the help from getting it. And so, you know, Greg and I had a little sidebar and talking about this, and I'm saying, like, you know, this is great work that they're going to do, but they have to insist that local communities, local leaders avail themselves of the emergency management systems, the ICS systems, the systems that will allow for the flow of resources from the federal to the state to the county and to the local levels and back up again. And that communication line has to be bolstered, and I intend to help with that work locally.
Thank you. Greg, we know that, how long has it been since the office has been established?
Week 12.
I just want to say Greg posts every
That
week.
still works.
If you
Running out
check-
of suits.
Yeah, if you check his Instagram, he's like week
Don't smell me.
79, right? No. But week 12, but you all were like thrown into the, like you were responding as you're building the plane. So can you talk to us about that mass shooting that happened in Lewiston, Maine, and the coordinated response that you all were able to do?
Well, just to backtrack a little bit. So after Buffalo happened, I know Community Justice did. I know Newtown did. I think a lot of groups said, we can't let this happen again. And we started to demand of the White House, there needs to be some type of system in place. Like whatever system you had isn't working. And so huge shout out to the Biden-Harris administration for making that executive action way before this office was existed to create that protocol. To our director, Steph Feldman, who, you know, she can't tell everybody everything, but she had already drafted a full vision document, had already pulled in certain agencies, and it briefed them on what all that they could do, or at least push them to start thinking about it. And so when we came in, we kind of had a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of groundwork laid, but no one had really been coordinating these agencies around what they could do. And what we found very quickly is that a lot of the government agencies actually wanted to do more. And some of them had been doing things. Some had popped up in Uvalde, some had been in Highland Park. Like they were deploying, but there was no like kind of coordinated structure around it. And a lot of what they were doing was kind of silent, not necessarily, escalated or even probably educated to everyone here, right? You probably weren't even aware that Veterans Affairs was in certain cities. So that was exciting to learn. And so we reached out to each agency that was, somewhat relevant. We have 12 agencies right now that are a part of this emergency response protocol. We call it the Gun Violence Emergency Response System, GIVERS. That's the acronym we're trying to get the stick. We'll see what happens. So that's the name of it. And so of these 12 agencies, there's a team of 3 for every agency that helps coordinate this. Most of them are very senior. And so we were in the middle of doing these intro calls and hearing from them what's possible, what resources do you have, what works, what doesn't work, how many times have you deployed? Hi, my name is Greg. All that was the calls we were doing, and then Lewiston happened. And so it went from, hi, my name is Greg, to all right, y'all, pack your bags, let's go. And so we were able to, again, there are some agencies that are just so amazing at this already. But there were, FBI Victim Services had already deployed and were on the ground. The Department of Justice, Office of Violence, Victims of Crime had already engaged their National Mass Shooting Victimization Resource Center. So they were already kind of moving through their pieces. So once the White House was involved, our goal was really to get everything outside of victim services and justice activated. So that's where we pulled in Department of Education to work with all the schools and their reopening strategy. We had Housing and Urban Development actually reach out to every public housing building and voucher recipient for the entire region to make sure they had their support they needed and resources they needed. We had Department of Health and Human Services launch their behavioral health coordination team, and they deployed. They were there a day after us. And then the Department of Justice was already working on their grant, the Anti-Terrorism Emergency Assistance Program grant. So we pushed them to move that as fast as possible so that they could actually provide funding to the local community to open their own resiliency center through Community Concepts. It's at 814 Main Street. It's open from 12 to 5 p.m. It'll be open for 2 years. And so that was just exciting to start to get all these pieces together. We knew that the businesses were impacted directly, the 2 businesses that the shootings occurred in Lewiston, but we also knew the impact rippled way beyond that. And everyone in Maine obviously knows that ripple was felt far and wide. And a little bit about Lewiston too, just to back up, Lewiston and Buffalo were very similar in a lot of ways. This was a community that was completely overwhelmed by this incident. The year before, they only had 3 homicides. And so to go from 3 to 18 and to have such a devastating multifamily impacting moment was not only tragic, but similar to Buffalo, is a very tight-knit, smaller, positive community. So it rippled throughout the entire community. So the impact was felt far and wide. So it wasn't as simple as just supporting the families. It was like, how do we make sure schools, businesses, the entire community were supported? And so as we started to deploy these different resources, we quickly realized that, wow, the Shemingi's restaurant, the owner knew this owner and that owner and this owner, or this company had offered resources during the response and they were impacted. So even our small business loans, we expanded to 6 counties surrounding Lewiston, not just those 2 businesses as people might have assumed. So all of that came together. But then one other very unique challenge was similar to Buffalo. There were some tricky local politics in place. And so we couldn't go straight to the mayor because the mayor, there was an election happening literally in 2 weeks, right? So we couldn't go to the mayor in the middle of this political storm. The city manager was extremely overwhelmed, but she was amazing, by the way. She did a hell of a job. But we knew that it politically, if we wanted to move resources or funding, we had to go through the governor. That was the only way we could get there. And I don't have to tell the Richardsons, but the governor of Maine is let's just say she wouldn't necessarily be in this room when it comes to this issue. So she was very hesitant of being involved with the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. And so there was a long road, between where she stood and what it would take for us to help coordinate. But we came in good faith. We came in positive. We said, look, we're not here to sell policy. We're here to support you getting these resources to the people that are impacted. And she trusted us enough to coordinate. And through that effort, we were able to move millions of dollars into the community. And we went from, I don't know about these people, to by the end, she's holding my arm, trying to walk around and want to take pictures with us. I don't know if I know you like that, but but all right, if you cool, we cool. But now, but she was excited because she saw us not just as a policy or political entity, but as a partner to help a community that was really in pain and suffering. And she knew that, if nothing else. And she knew that they needed help and that we were a team to help them. So yeah, I have a long list of stuff that we deployed, but I guess the moral of the story is less all the list of things, but that we were able to get 12 different agencies activated, not within weeks, not within months, within days, to support Lewiston. And we had over 100 individuals deployed, as well as multiple funding resources. And we're still there. Like, we'll still be there. There are still folks there. There are still resources there. And the last thing I'll just share, I'm sorry if I'm going this a little bit long, but the last thing I will share is that when it was over, then we were able to circle back and say, so how do you think we could have prevented this? And that's where the policy discussions really began. And I think you're going to see a lot of momentum and movement in Maine, not because of us, but because of the tragedy and people feeling it firsthand. Obviously, there's already very strong activism in the state, but now it's real for people. And now they also see that what we're doing at the federal level is not out of politics. It's because we're literally trying to save lives with these bills, with this legislation, with this entire campaign to push forward gun safety and gun violence prevention. They're starting to see it. So I'm excited about where it goes, but it's just a good testament that even the most conservative or moderate folks, when they're faced with crisis and you can bring resources and help support people navigate through it, it also has political implications, even if we aren't pushing it.
Thank you. I just want to take a minute to applaud that federal response. That level of response in such a short amount of time is phenomenal. And we know that the federal government can do it, and you all prove that it can be done. And so we appreciate, you all being there in this office and what you're doing. And I'm going to ask one last question before we hear from a couple more survivors. And so in that same vein, how have you all decided how you will respond to, right? Because we understand how many mass shootings are happening on a daily basis, that you won't be able to do that everywhere with everyone. So one, how are you making the decision on how you're responding? And two, how will that response be equitable to communities of color who are most impacted by gun violence and everyday mass shootings, right? So community is a public place, just like a synagogue or a school, right? So
I'll say really quickly, first of all, we get it. When I was shot, there would have never been a federal response. I was just one person on the sidewalk, right? And unfortunately, that's what we're seeing all over the country. So a big part of our office's vision is how do we improve victim services and survivor services across the board, right? So how do we look at VOCA? How do we improve what's happening in DOJ, Health and Human Services? How do we make those major changes to improve resources and response for individuals? So that's not lost. So I just want to say that first and foremost. The second thing, though, is with this larger emergency response, it's designed to respond to moments when a community is overwhelmed. So it's like when okay, we know it rains in Miami, That doesn't mean FEMA's there every time it rains. It's when does that flood happen that overwhelms the resources of Miami? That's how we're thinking about it with gun violence. We're already looking at, okay, number one, how many people have been directly impacted by the crisis, shot or injured, period. Number two, what is the exposure of that moment? Did it happen in a huge public place? Was it streamed, unfortunately, like Buffalo? Does it take over national media? What is the exposure? Because we do know that exposure is another level of trauma that ripples and harms. So that's important to consider. But the number one thing that we're going to be looking at is how equipped is this community to handle that specific incident? So we know that certain inner city communities, while they may have plenty of police officers and ambulances, they may not have the mental health resources. We know that rural communities, you might have more, maybe it's a richer rural area, so they might have financial supports for the family, but they may not have the medical equipment, right? We know that each situation has different levers and different impacts on the community. And so this criteria for when we respond will be based on when is the community overwhelmed and how can the federal government support that? We know this isn't the solution for pain. We know this isn't the solution for trauma and the crisis as a whole. And unfortunately, this response system will never bring anybody's loved one back. But we know that while we can't give back a life, we can at least give back some type of normalcy or balance to that community faster if the federal government is more reactive, just like any other major tragedy that happens in a community. The last thing I will say is because we're looking at it this way, it's not just about one incident, it's about when a community is overwhelmed. And so there are, for example, in Memphis during Thanksgiving weekend, 21 people were shot and 5 were killed. It did not make any national headlines, but that is an overwhelming moment for the city of Memphis. And so we looked at what can we deploy, what can we resource, and how can we be there to help? And we may never get media coverage for our work in Memphis, right? But we know that community is overwhelmed and we're there. And so that's how we're designing it. We're also looking at, look, we know that certain communities are going to be overwhelmed 4th of July weekend in Chicago, right? So if we know what's coming, why are we waiting for tragedy to happen to respond? And so we're trying to design it in a way that maybe there are resources already on standby for neighborhoods that we know are going to be overwhelmed at certain moments that are predictable. So that's how we're looking to design it. We're still in the design phase. I will just say 2 more quick things because we need your help. One, we're going to be going through a series of scenario-based exercises with the agencies to help test out what they have and where they have resources. So we may call on you if you're in certain regions to give us some insight, especially if you're in the Southwest, in the Northwest, where there's not as much experience for these types of tragedies, sadly. And then the last thing I will say is we're working together to do a series of listening sessions. So if you are in a community that was uniquely impacted, I see my Uvalde folks over there. How y'all doing? Good to see y'all. We're gonna be calling on y'all for the listening session. We'll have Buffalo folks as a part of the listening sessions, but we would love for you to come share, hey, here are some unique challenges that our community faced that you should think about as you're building out this design and talking directly to those agencies. So I say all that to say, that's a mouthful. I'm really excited about this. Hopefully y'all excited. But I just think this is huge. I mean, you look at FEMA and you look at what type of, think about fires in America, right? Like right now, unfortunately, gun violence is taking more lives than fires. But think about the infrastructure that America has to respond to fires. Raise your hand if you know where the fire station is near your home. Exactly. So my thing is, imagine if we start to turn a corner of providing those level of resources to respond, but also to prevent it in the first place, and how many lives we could save. And so, I'm fired up about it. So I think this is the beginning of that. This is the beginning of federal government really building out responses and resources and services to respond, help communities heal, and I think also turn that corner into prevention. And I know that's not a cool legislative bill or some type of ban, but I think it's something that could save a lot of lives. And maybe 20 years from now, what we're building now will be like a FEMA. Maybe 20 years from now, we've figured this all out and you don't need it. Either way, I think this effort plays a big role.
Thank you. So a couple of things. We're going to hear from a few survivors, and we've got note cards. Does someone have the note cards to pass out? Because we're going to try to get to Q&A, but either way, we have note cards that we'd like for you to fill out and return to us after the session. For if you have recommendations for the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. And so we'll compile those recommendations and get them to Greg and Rob and Stephanie. So those note cards will be coming around. So I'm going to just list the few folks that are going to speak. So Kathy Phelps Taylor, Mia Reed, and Charmaine Brown. I see a couple of you in the room, but if you want to come up and we'll get you a mic. So they'll just for like 2 minutes, if you just share your story and what resources would have been helpful in the long term, like what you received and what resources would have been helpful for the long-term response to meet you or your community's needs.
Can you raise your hand, please? Sorry.
So Kathy.
Hi, my name is Kathy Taylor, and I lost my son to gun violence in 2013. So what I found most needed in my community or for me and my family was the trauma support services and not being able to find qualified trauma support counselors. Grief counselors are totally different than trauma counselors. So that was one thing that was needed for me and my family. So I've been through this for 13 years with the loss of my son. So I created my own support services. I started an organization where I could reach families and provide free trauma support services and free counseling services to victims of crime. So one of the questions that I had for the White House committee or whatever it's called is that how do you plan to utilize, you talked about utilizing community resources that are already there in those communities. So like for my community, if something were to happen in my community, how would you utilize survivor supported resources to be able to help in those efforts of support? And then also you mentioned VOCA dollars. Throughout the years, they've been depleted and depleted, taken away more and more. So how do we work on getting those back to going back up, the dollars going up instead of being taken away?
So I think that the first part of your question is something we're still trying to figure out. And I don't think we did that as well as we could have in Lewiston, where the establishment between government and community partnerships is still very based on local relationships and decision makers. There's not necessarily a protocol for what groups should be allowed in, who should be pulled in, who shouldn't be. And so that's something we want to work on. So I don't have a good answer for you. All I can say is that's a huge consideration as we build out the emergency response, is figuring out what is the best way to bring in community organizations and nonprofits. And honestly, I do think that there's a really important handoff because the federal government can't be there long term. Typically, it's like 2-3 weeks, and then the resources have to go back home or go to the next incident. And that's the handoff to the community. And we need to figure out, how do we do that well? How do we give the resources? And within legal means, how can we provide the information of where we are to date? But that is still a little bit foggy. And so I could use your help. And I'm sure there's other folks in the room that are already doing some type of response to emergency moments. But we could use your help in kind of thinking through the best protocol, but recognizing that federal government, we may not move as fast as you want, and that we may have more rules than what you're willing to do. And so you may have to get creative beyond our involvement to be as involved as you may want to be. If you want to add to that.
Yeah, that's a great question. And that's a problem in the first response community. As a former emergency manager, working as an incident commander, and that one of the problems that you have is you have an influx of volunteers or people who come to help in these moments, and they have to be vetted. They have to be vetted before they're allowed to, be involved in the response to that incident. And that's a problem, doing it just in time vetting when an incident is active and live. That's a very difficult thing. But you have to err on the side of caution and keep people out of these things. So we heard earlier about, there's a lot of 501c3s. There's a lot of people in our communities doing great work, but they just cannot be allowed to have access to these scenes just based on their word. And so there has to be a system in place where they get vetted ahead of time locally within the emergency response community, where you establish these relationships before things happen so that you're a part of that response system. You're a part of the assets and resources that they can bring to bear when something does happen. So that work starts before something happens. It's very difficult to do it when things are happening in the moment.
And I would just say on the VOCA funds, good. I got it. You heard them. They working on it.
Thank you. Mia. Hello, everybody. My name is Mia Reed. I am from Detroit, Michigan. My son was taken on June the 26th, 2011, due to gun violence. I did not lose him. He was taken due to gun violence. So I want to say thank you to all the survivors for showing up. It's not easy. I know this is not easy. We're showing up for a reason. We're showing up for our community, but we're also showing up for our babies. We are. That's the reason why we're here. So it takes courage, because I know it's a lot of parents that I can relate with that sit on the edge of their bed, holding their child's picture for hours. I see you. It's a lot of fathers that are sitting out here and they're angry because their job, they feel, was to protect their child. And I want to tell you, you did your job. Your child was taken. You did your job. There's a lot of community members here. And you're feeling, am I worthy to be here? My child wasn't taken. I wasn't shot. Yes, you are, and I'll tell you why. In this journey, this is what I learned. As a parent, working, taking care of my family, I was doing what I was supposed to do. Coming home, helping with homework, cooking, cleaning, making sure my child went to school, making sure they were home, not in the streets. What I didn't do was to work in the community. What I've learned is it's not so much about me as a parent. It's more about the circle, the environment, and the other parents. So we have to work collectively, and that's what I found. So the nonprofit that I started isn't just for my child. This nonprofit is for the community, because what I learned is it's not just about gun violence. The culprit is poverty. And if we do not help our community to meet their most basic need, the simplest: food, clothing, shelter, and the biggest symptom of trauma is what, guys? Safety. They have to feel safe. So we have to do the work collectively as a community. I have other children. You best believe I'm going to do everything in my power to keep them safe. So if I have to go in the community, if I have to show up here, if I have to talk to you, if I have to work with you, if I have to be your child's parent, I'm going to do it, because I have other children that I want to keep safe. The question I want to ask you guys is this. She made a great point about when there is a crisis and having access to giving the help in the community, because the community know about her organization because she's there. What I want to ask is, are you guys going to create a wrap around service resource, a big undertaking, all the states and the localities, for the organizations that have a track record of actually doing the work without a mass crisis? We're just doing the work every day. And that's a prevention. It's at a small level, but we're doing the work to give people some of the things they need so they are not desperate. Are you going to create a resource list. So when things do happen, we know this organization already has a track record. The community knows this organization. They've built trust.
That's a great question. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't want to just say yes. I would, because I don't, you gonna come find me and be my children's parent. I ain't got no kids yet, but that's their new grandma. Because I said something. No. I mean, we already are starting to build an inventory of organizations that are doing direct service. We would love to expand that, and the goal is to expand that. I think one other thing that we're looking at is that we're trying to figure out what all resources exist in the federal government to support communities and those impacted by gun violence, and then figure out, okay, if this is what we have, where are the gaps? And then what organizations can help us fill the gaps? So we know that on the ground trauma support is a gap. We know that grief counselors is a gap. We also know that the federal government can't just pull up a truck and hand out food, and so we could during certain situations, but that's not an easy thing to do in an emergency or in a crisis. And so I will say there is a big part of the emergency response plan that's going to look at the gaps and try to figure out what are the partnerships needed to fill those gaps. I cannot guarantee it's going to touch all 50 states and be as robust as I think you envision there. But I think that can be a goal and something we can aspire to. But yeah, I don't want to commit to something I can't. I'm looking at ATF director back there. He's looking at me like, don't do it. No, I'm joking. But no, I don't want to overcommit. I think, but I love what you're envisioning. And I think that's something that the federal government should create. And I think something that we can at least jumpstart.
Thank you. So we're going to hear from Charmaine, and then we'll have just a couple of minutes to take questions from the audience in person and online.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Charmaine Brown, and in 2015, I lost my son, Jared, who had no connection to the situation. Tragically, he was struck by a stray bullet while heading to a neighborhood cookout. The tragedy occurred when a shooter sought revenge over a conflict involving $30. Every day brings the ongoing challenge, dealing with the loss of a child, and the holidays only intensified that anguish. Since Jared's death, I have dedicated my life to community service, working closely with youth and young adults in Georgia and in South Carolina. My focus is empowering them through violence prevention efforts, enabling them to reach their full potential. I also collaborate with diverse organizations working toward addressing gun violence and advocating for change on the local and national levels. I am glad to see the ATF proposed rule on what counts as engaged in the business of selling firearms and thus required to run background checks. And I hope that the administration will finalize that. I also realize the congressional action is needed for further background checks expansion, but I hope that the administration will continue to push for that effort. And lastly, there is so much work that remains to be done. Ghost guns, magazine sizes, and other issues that require constant diligence. I am glad for the administration's work so far, and I hope that the President, the Justice Department, the ATF, and other relevant agencies continue to work to help make our community safer. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we will hear from the ATF director in the closing remarks. So I'm sure he will talk about the rule, and it's open for comments, I believe, still. So if we'll take a question from the audience here, do we have any online questions? Online question checker? Thanks.
Hi, Kamala Kunz from Minneapolis, victim, witness, and survivor. My nephew was murdered in front of me by a drive-by shooter. It's still unsolved. There are 250,000 unsolved cases in the United States that are cold cases. I would like to understand what the White House is planning to do when cities like Minneapolis have a 29% close rate. I heard at lunch, Chicago has a 29% close rate. I think that's pretty common throughout the United States. And there's not resources going towards the 2021 Homicide Victims Family Rights Act, which was supposed to provide a place for people, the federal agencies to conduct a review of the investigative case after 3 years if it hasn't been solved. What will be done for, and I understand it may take a couple years, but what's going to be done to help the 250,000 plus families that don't have answers and are left behind? We're spending so much, which obviously is critical, on prevention and dealing with mass shootings, but there's everyday shootings occurring in every city in this country, and families are left without resources and waiting for courts to solve the murders because there's not enough resources in a number of different spots. So how will the White House address the shortage of resources?
Yeah. So for both of you, I just want to thank you for sharing. And yeah, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, this year I lost my mentee, DeMarcos. After working with him for 5 years, he was shot and killed on his front porch, after football practice. And very similar, he wasn't involved with the conflict. He was just there. And him and his cousin, Kevin, were shot and killed. And his family doesn't have answers either. And I don't have answers. So I'm extremely frustrated by that. And I'm tuned into what it means and how it feels. What I will say is that homicide closure rates is a real problem. I would say if you look at the 2022 FBI most recent report, Crime in the Nation report, you'll see that closure rates are terrible all over the country, you could argue, when it comes to gun violence specifically. So there are a couple things that we are focused on already that I can share. One is what I mentioned earlier, is that unfortunately, not having the data gives people a lot of excuses to not move forward and do more. And so that's a huge emphasis for us, is that we have to make sure that we are tracking all of the data, not just deaths, but injuries, demographics, when things are happening, and frankly realize that the federal government's data collection is 2 years late. And you can't make strategic decisions about resources when you're looking at data from 2019, because we know that the actual reality in both of your communities, I'm sure, has evolved quite a bit in the last 2-3 years. So we want to make sure that how resources are being allocated is being based on the communities that are most in need, based on how they're impacted by violence, which means we need more complete data and we need faster data when those decisions are made. So that's one thing. The second thing is, I think you'll hear from the ATF director as well, that resources to address gun violence as a whole is, we do not have enough, period. Whether you're looking at VOCA, whether you're looking at data, whether you're looking at upstream accountability, downstream accountability, the resources are not aligned with the actual need of this crisis right now. And so we're very clear about it. I think every budget that the president has submitted has pushed really hard around community safety and had extremely high pledges and commitments, but then it gets sliced and diced in Congress. And that's what comes back for him to sign. And so I'm not trying to pass the buck, but that's just how our government system works. We can propose a budget, but we can't pass a budget without Congress. I will dig into that one specifically. And I will say that there is a lot of money that's on the table that states have not drawn down. We saw that with extreme risk protection order funds. There were 15 states that had money that were eligible that didn't use it. We were able to get 14 of them to draw it down. And so on this specifically, I'll look into it and we'll work on it. The last thing I will just say is that we are pushing for more resources for community violence intervention, for prevention strategies, but also crime gun intelligence centers that we know have been very effective at helping us trace down to where the actual offender, who they were and how they got the gun. And so I will say that our prevention approach is inclusive of how do we improve and strengthen closure rate, not just with more officers on the street, but more resources for those strategies that we know can be surgically implemented to help.
So
Yes, we can.
Yeah,
We-
and those are really important questions. I'm sorry to cut you off, Greg.
Yeah.
We are at time, but please, 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 the note cards that you have, and if you don't have
Yeah,
one, raise your
please.
hand and we'll get you one.
Yeah.
Because we can't get to everyone. And we know you have a lot of great questions and also great recommendations. And so please drop those note cards at the registration table. We will compile that information, get it to the White House so they have that and use it to respond in whatever way, it makes the most sense. So thank you, panelists. I want to just give you just 1 minute, 60 seconds, just final words that you have for the audience. I'll start with you, Greg, and then Garnell, you can give us the last word.
Yeah, I'll just say this in closing, this emergency response system that we're building, again, I feel like we know that this is going to play a huge role in helping communities heal and preventing future ripples from those incidents and from these moments. But this is only one part of our work. And so if you weren't here this morning, you didn't get to hear our full spiel, please know that this is just one part, one piece of this. And frankly, a big part of our work is introducing new ideas and new approaches and helping to implement old approaches and expedite things that are outstanding. And so I heard a few that were flagged here, but we really do need you to flag things for us when you see them breaking down so that we can do that work. And so we welcome your feedback, maybe not all on a panel, but if you could please write those down. The other thing I will say is that every quarter or regularly, we will have engagement calls where we'll be able to have a space to hear from you. The first round of those start next week. And so please don't think that this is the only touch or the only way to share your feedback or insights with us. So we thank you.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate what Greg has said. And he said he was there developing this response system, but in truth, it is a tested, proven, evidence-based response system that's been used in the first response community for some time. So I just want to just congratulate them for putting that to use. And I think that it's going to be very, very impactful in the way that they respond. And the other thing is that Greg said earlier, I just want to reiterate that this is not just about gun violence, but it's a holistic approach, talking about closing cases, talking about mental health, talking about addressing all of the aspects that surround gun violence and prevention. So prevention is a big part of the fire service and response community. It's a big part of this too. So just thank you for that.
Thank you. So Greg, Garnell, Kathy, Mia, Charmaine, thank you so much for being here, for sharing your stories and the amazing work that you're doing to end gun violence. Thank you.
Stephen Dettelbach, the ATF director. Yeah. I have his bio. I could read this, but we're not going to do that. You all know who he is. And just as I said in the morning, we are so lucky to have people in the White House that are passionate about this, members of Congress like Lucy McBath, and we have someone in the ATF that really cares about survivors and keeping our community safe. So I'm going to pass it over to the director. Hi.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know we're near the end of an incredible day. I am so honored to be here. I was telling Representative McBath before, this is a group I come in front of that I just feel so in many ways inadequate. Your courage, the things that you do every single day as advocates, as victims and survivors, as mothers and fathers and neighbors just leaves me literally in awe. But I am very glad to have the chance to come before you after 16 months of serving as the presidentially appointed and Senate confirmed director of ATF. to talk about the state of gun violence from my standpoint with all of you. I'm the director, as you know, of the only federal law enforcement agency that is dedicated only to fighting violent crime, and particularly firearms crime. Of course, arson and explosives also, but particularly firearms crime, which means every day I am informed of a steady stream of tragedy, of violence, particularly gun violence from all over the nation, that in a very real and concrete way for me as a person demonstrates the national security implications of the problem that we're facing. And that is what it is, by the way. This is a threat to the most basic freedom that we have as humans and as Americans, our physical security. And it's no secret that the threat we're facing, that the problem that we're facing, as you've heard, is truly immense. You've probably heard these numbers today, throughout the day. Almost 40,000 people, right, have died by firearms so far in the United States this year alone, just like last year. And as we all know, gun violence is the leading cause of death for children in the United States of America. That is a shameful thing. Gun violence is the leading cause of death for children in the United States of America, American kids. Tragically, we're over 600 mass shootings in the United States for 2023 alone. Some get a lot of attention, but most don't. We can't forget the tragedy that happened, for instance, in Lewiston, Maine last month. But let's also not forget that since that day, there have been many, many mass shootings that haven't captured national attention. Many, bluntly, that probably haven't made the news at all, in places ranging from Tampa, Florida, to Indianapolis, Indiana, to Worcester, Massachusetts, North Lawndale, Illinois, so many others. And I want you to know one thing. ATF, the men and women, 5,000 people who work there, ATF responds to every single one of those mass shootings if we're notified about it, every one, whether they make the news or not. And you know, the majority of what's happening in this nation just doesn't make the news. Many of our friends, our family members, our neighbors lose their lives in anonymity, at least public anonymity. And many more are changed forever from the injuries and the emotional trauma inflicted on the survivors of this violence. And it's not just the general public. As the head of a law enforcement agency, law enforcement too is suffering because of this epidemic of gun violence. They're getting shot at and shot with increasing frequency and with increasing firepower. This year, over 40 officers have been shot and killed, while nearly 350 have been left wounded, often grievously wounded, by gunfire. And many more in law enforcement carry that same emotional scar, that hurt, that damage from responding over and over to such personal and horrific crimes. So that's the overview, but you've heard and you've seen better than I could ever say that these are not just numbers. Every single one is an individual tragedy. Birthdays that never happened, empty chairs at family dinners, broken hearts. As somebody just said a couple moments ago, right? The holidays can be so hard for so many people. Lives change forever. And with all of that tragedy and all of that violence out there, you might say, well, what is your biggest concern? What do you think the biggest threat is as ATF director? And it's not actually the increasing firepower, although that's bad. It's not the outrageous number of suicides, although that's bad. It's not the outrageous number of mass shootings or the pounding, relentless 40,000 people that die every year. Those are all bad, awful. But to me, the biggest threat that we face in this country is the threat of indifference and callousness. And it's real. The idea that somehow people in this country might be convinced that this level of gun violence is just sort of what you accept. It's part of being an American, unlike all the other countries in this world. That, I'm here to tell you, is a vicious slander on the character and history of this nation. It is a lie. This carnage is not American. It's emphatically un-American. It was not the vision of the founders of this nation that Americans would be afraid they'd be gunned down as they went to a bar or went to a bowling alley for an event. It's not part of the history and traditions of this country that children in a schoolhouse, in between reading, writing, and arithmetic, have a session called duck and cover. It wasn't part of the vision of a shining city on a hill that people on that hill would be scared on the first nice day of spring to take a walk out in the park, or to sit on their porches, or just walk down the street safely. This is not the America that our founders envisioned, and it is not one that has always existed. And anybody who says that this has always existed in our country is not telling the truth and doesn't know this country. I don't accept it. ATF doesn't accept it. President Biden and Attorney General Garland don't accept it. Law enforcement doesn't accept it. You don't accept it, and the American people need to emphatically reject it. Now, what are we doing at ATF to try and do everything we can, those incredible 5,000 plus men or women that I have the privilege of leading, to stop the shootings that you're so familiar with? Here's some of the things that are going on currently to help reduce gun crime. We are deploying new and innovative tools and expanding our partnerships. For example, in May, I traveled to Wichita, Kansas, to announce ATF's new National Crime Gun Intelligence Center of Excellence. So in addition to being a hub for research and training, where people from around the country can gather to join in this kind of a training and dialogue and education, it will allow ATF to help more and more police officers and homicide detectives across the country close those firearms violence cases, those murders, better than ever. That's because it'll be a hub for what's called the Nibin ballistics analysis, where we can match and follow the gun from one crime to another to try and create increased closure rates. Also in Wichita, we are building a new DNA forensic lab that will help in ATF to better support the firearms investigations nationwide using forensic evidence. That's because ATF labs pioneered new techniques that greatly increase the hit rate on touch DNA from expended cartridge casings and firearms. So if I was talking to you 5 years ago, we would have been talking about a single-digit hit rate. Now, when we use these new techniques, we can get up over 50% on hit rates. Think about that as a way to solve cases that are really active and pending and those that have taken away loved ones. So these innovative efforts have an impact on solving this kind of crime, gun crime nationwide. And that, of course, translates into the stories that you're telling here today, trying to prevent that next shooting and trying to make sure that the survivors and the victims have some modicum of justice. We're also doing our best on the regulatory side to try to keep pace with changes in the firearms markets, because we regulate the firearms industry. In late August, we issued a notice of a proposed rulemaking to update the definition of being engaged in the business of being a firearms dealer. This is in the wake of the landmark Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. The proposed rule seeks to innovate that act and provide clarity on who must obtain a license and run background checks under current law. And the President Biden, specifically said that he wanted all of government to do everything it could under current law to make sure we're running as many background checks as possible. Now, look at some of the sort of the aggregate of these kinds of efforts on using crime gun intelligence. I just want to give you some numbers. Over this summer alone, ATF agents and analysts employed crime gun intelligence all over this nation. Between May and August of just this year, ATF recovered 18,775 firearms during criminal investigations, and 220,000 were recovered by law enforcement and submitted to ATF for tracing at our National Tracing Center. This is incredible, and it has led to literally tens of thousands of leads and active cases being sent to homicide detectives, investigators all over the country. Now, we are gradually seeing some results of the hard work that so many people are doing all over this country. Homicide is actually down about 12% year to date in more than 90 cities by some counts. And preliminary data for 2023 shows another nationwide decrease for murders is possible, right? But I don't think we should get a sore arm patting ourselves on the back, right? Because those numbers are high numbers. They have been high historically for many, many, many years. And we have to push to make sure we're driving the numbers down consistently over time. That's what the president has been saying over and over again. He's absolutely right. That's why he created the incredible office that Greg was here to talk to you about, right? And that's what men and women at ATF are trying to do every single day. So I know that this presents a huge challenge. And to me, I can't imagine sitting where you are, how sometimes it doesn't seem truly overwhelming. But if you ask me what I am today, I'm challenged, but I am also hopeful. I'm hopeful because of you. I look out at you, and in spite of everything that you have faced and are facing, you are sharing your wisdom, your stories, your voices, right? Your presence to try and do something about this problem. I'm hopeful because every day I go to work and see thousands and thousands of men and women who are out there every single day, and they're literally running toward the gunfire to try and help also. And I know that there are a lot of naysayers. I know that there are a lot of critics, and I know that there are a lot of bad people out there. But I still believe in the bottom of my heart, and this is what I say to them, is when we stand up and we use our voices, there are more of us than there are of you. And we may be silent sometimes, but when we raise our voices and come together, we as a country and a community can make progress on this problem. And so today I say to you, thank you. Thank you for all you're doing. Thank you for inviting me. But most importantly, thank you for the hope that you give me every single day.
Let's keep it going. You don't know how lucky we are to be able to have someone like that. And I hope the director will let his staff know how much we appreciate all the special agents and all the staff that make everything that you do so possible. So thank you. I made it myself. I made it easy on myself. I know it's a long day. It's been 6 hours. So I made it easy. I have a lot of people that don't need any introductions. So we're going to keep it short. We all know, everybody in this room knows who Congressman Lucy McBath is. Many of you know her before she was a congresswoman, when she was a leader with Moms Demand Action and other organizations. We were lucky to have her a CAP before she came to Congress. But I'm excited to welcome her up to talk about her most important title, Jordan's Mom, and talk a little bit about her journey and how lucky we are to have her fighting the good fight for us every day in Congress and getting big things like the Bipartisan Safer Community Act passed and other policies. So Congresswoman, thank you so much for being here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I did want to say Director Dettelbach left, but I just wanted to say how glad I am finally to have a director of the ATF, and one that is so completely committed to reducing firearm violence here in America. And he's doing an amazing job. He's spent a lot of time with us in Washington, here on the Hill, giving us all of the information and all of the progress that he and his amazing team are doing. So I'm really, really excited about that. Thank you, Center for American Progress. Thank you so, so very much for inviting me back again and again and again. I do want to say, I remember when even long before I came to Congress, even long before I became the national spokesperson and faith and outreach leader for Every Town for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, I came here. I was asked to come here and just simply tell my story. As a broken mother, one who lost her son in a tragedy of gun violence in November 2012. And what I want to say now is how far we have come. In these 11 years, how far we have come. The fact that we actually now have an Office of Gun Violence Prevention, and one of our deputy directors right here, Greg, is here with us today. And we have an administration, the Biden-Harris administration, that truly has made gun violence prevention its one of the #1 policy agendas. The first in the history of the United States presidency. We have an administration that has really accepted the challenge of keeping our communities and our loved ones safe. We are making a difference and we are moving forward. So please don't forget that. Please don't forget that. Each and every one of you that are here today, whether you be a survivor or a victim or an advocate or leading an organization, you are truly making a difference. And the fact that I get to stand here in front of you as a member of the United States Congress, and I ran on guns in Georgia. Times are changing. And there are many more of us that are coming to Washington as well. But good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. I really want to express my great gratitude to the Center for American Progress for organizing this week's event. And every time that you organize this event, thank you for that. And I want to thank you all for your engagement around such a vitally important piece of our work to build progress for the American people. I am pleased to share some very brief remarks, just kind of updating you all on our work in Congress to end gun violence in America. I know you always say politicians talk too much. I'm not going to be one of those. But many of you know my story, so I'm not going to recount in great length my story, but you know the reason why I came to Washington and how my son Jordan was taken from me just after 17 short years. He was taken from me because of a man who had hate in his heart and didn't like the loud music that my son and his friends were playing. But it really wasn't about the music. It was about the hate, and it was about guns and the ability of individuals who are having access to firearms and are playing out the use of those firearms through their prejudices. That's what really my story is about. But within those 3.5 minutes, that man fired 10 shots into my car, into my son's car, and killing my only son. But in the weeks and the months following, I really spent a lot of time on my knees, just crying out and praying out to God in my grief, because I could not understand how and why this had happened to me. But it truly was an awakening for me, as it was not only my son that this happened to, but it was yet happening all around the country. I wondered, why did this happen to me and to my family? I believed I had done everything that I could to protect him and keep him safe when we had him in the right neighborhood and, the right schools, and I had him in church and around the right children and all those things that we believe keep our loved ones safe. But I made a promise to my son. I made a promise to him, to my community, to my family, and to the American people. When I lost Jordan, I made this promise that I would live the rest of my life trying to change the nation's dangerous gun laws so that no one would ever be forced to feel like me or to be like me or to ever join this growing club of parents that I and so many Americans are now becoming a member of this club. It's been 11 years since I lost my son, Jordan, and though no act of Congress can bring him back, my Jordan, or the lives that were lost in America to gun violence every single day, I'm very proud to tell you that because of our dedication, your dedication, and your determination to save lives, we are making a difference. Thanks to the work of colleagues on both sides of the aisle in Washington, I know what it sounds like to you. I know you can't believe your ears, but yes, the good work that we've been able to do in passing the bipartisan Safer Communities Law, that was bipartisan. We have made accomplishments that you should be very, very proud of. Accomplishments such as passage of the historic Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first comprehensive gun violence prevention package passed in almost 30 years. That package included aspects of my plan to implement extreme risk protection orders, those laws, and empower our loved ones. And then also to empower law enforcement to help keep guns out of the hands of individuals that appear to be a danger to themselves or to others. In this law, it includes $750 million in crisis prevention funding and $250 million in community violence intervention funding to give our communities the resources that they need and the resources that they've been crying out for. There's so much good work that's being done around the country, but a lot of the organizations are underfunded and understaffed. But you are doing really, really good work. And so by funding these organizations that are on the ground, doing the work every single day, we hope this helps give you the ability to be able to make the change, the incremental change that you need to make from bottom up that really makes a difference for our communities and keeps all of us safe. And so far, $100 million of that funding has already been provided to nonprofits and community groups to keep our neighbors safe and whole. So yes, the law is working, and I am sure that our wonderful Deputy Director will tell you a lot more about what's happening from the Office of the White House Office of Gun Violence. And this September, I spoke from the White House press briefing room while President Biden announced the creation of the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, which will be overseen by Vice President Harris. Like me, President Biden knows the pain of losing a loved one, and his decisive action will save lives in our efforts to end gun violence here in America. This is a direct result of our sustained advocacy to President Biden and members of his administration. This is what we did. All of us in this room, year after year after year after year, challenging our administration to stand up and to be about saving lives and keeping us safe. You did that, and they listened. This is a direct result of that advocacy, and I'm very pleased that I was able to advise President Biden and his administration on the two close allies to help lead this office. Can you believe it? They listened to me. Rob Wilcox, who was with Everytown, and Greg Jackson with Community Justice Action Fund. So when I speak of these milestones and our work to end gun violence in America, I think about the pain and the grief that I felt since losing my son, Jordan. But daily, every single day, I am grateful for the opportunity to serve my community, to serve each and every one of you in Congress. I'm inspired by the work of the advocates, a lot of you, my friends and my allies in this room, and I see very, very many of you. I'm inspired by you every single day. I'm inspired by your tenacity. I'm inspired by your strength. I'm inspired by your conviction. And I'm inspired by your willingness to not take no as a final answer. Keep coming to Washington. Keep coming to my colleagues. Keep knocking on their doors. Keep phone banking. Keep advocating, because that truly is making the difference. I know, I see it, I feel it. And I promise you, while I am in Washington, I will continue to champion and advocate and be that nasty fly that flies around my colleagues' ears, telling them we are not going away. We will change gun violence in America.
Wow. So we got one more speaker today. He told me not to share too much because he's going to give you a little bit more of his journey and story, but it's really an honor for us to have Oswald Thomas. For those of you that don't know him, this is really a great opportunity to get to know someone who has been a leader in the space of supporting victims of crime, whether it's gun violence, other types of violent crime. And we, last year on the stage a year ago, Greg Jackson and I were up here with others talking about how we need to do a better job of making sure that survivors get the services and supports that they're entitled to for healing and trauma recovery, and to break the cycles of violence. And I have learned so much from the Alliance on Safety of Justice, who've been doing this for 10 years, and so much more to learn from them, the real leaders in the space. And so it's an honor to introduce Oswald Thomas, Vice President of the Alliance for Safety and Justice.
Hello, hello. So it's been a long day for y'all, huh? I appreciate y'all being patient. I want to just thank the Center for American Progress for having me here today to be having this important conversation. Our organization, the Alliance for Safety and Justice, currently we represent the largest network of crime survivors across the country through our flagship program, Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice. But we also organize and mobilize people with old records through our Time Done program. So it's so amazing to see two of our leaders here, Kathy and Jill, really putting the survivors at the center of public policy. So at the Alliance for Safety and Justice, not only do we advocate for survivors, but we also advocate for reducing wasteful incarceration, but also increasing access to prevention and rehabilitation at the same time. We advocate for those things that keep communities safe. For decades in this country, the voices of crime victims in underserved communities have been left out of the conversation on public services, public safety, and have been excluded from traditional victim services. I think we've heard from so many survivors here today talk about those barriers in access and support and service. So by the year 2009, the Tough on Crime movement, which we've all have heard about, that was led by politicians, law enforcement, and a very narrow view, a perspective of crime victims and organizations serving them, have advocated for what we call mass incarceration. And out of that advocacy, the community that have been most impacted by the justice system, the community that have been most impacted by violence, have suffered the consequences of this Tough on Crime movement these past few decades. So by the year 2009, that movement had passed 32,000 laws in the names of crime victims. So let's actually go back to the year 2009 for me. 2009, that was the highest point in my life. I had just graduated from college, the first male in my family to ever graduate from college. I was also a star basketball player as well, on my way to play professional basketball overseas in Europe. But just 3 weeks from going overseas to play professional basketball, I was shot twice in my back while leaving a corner store in Hartford, Connecticut. And those bullets ended my basketball career and nearly my life. And I remember being discharged from the hospital. I remember my doctors and my nurses telling me about the physical challenges that I would have, but nobody never mentioned the psychological effects of being a victim of gun violence. And being a victim of gun violence, have to return back into that same neighborhood where you were shot with little to no support. And so while I was recovering, I was going through so many emotions, dealing with the PTSD, the anxiety, the flashbacks, the nightmares of overcoming this experience that changed my life with little support and help. So as I was recovering, I started to think about, am I the only person that went through this experience of being a victim, but not receiving any help? But of course I wasn't. I called my father. My father was shot in his chest in the 1980s. And I say, hey, Dad, when you got shot, did you get any help? And he said, no. Next, I called my brother who was shot in his back in the 1990s and asked him that same question, did you get any help? He said, no. And then I called my cousin. My cousin was shot in the early 2000s. And as a result of that shooting, he's paralyzed from the waist down. And I asked him that same question, did you get any help? And the answer was no. So in my immediate family, 5 out of the 10 males are victims of gun violence. And we've all had plenty interactions with the justice system, but none that actually led to any support or services to help us heal. So as I'm recovering from these gunshot wounds, I started to think about the two individuals that shot me. So during my last doctor's appointment, I remember having the surgery to remove the bullets out of my back. My doctor started to tell me the story of a 14-year-old teenager who he had treated 4 years before I got shot. This teenager was shot at the age of 14 years old, and as a result of that shooting, he lost sight in his left eye. And the more detail that my doctor shared about that young man, my heart started to beat faster, because I was realizing he was describing the teenager that shot me years later. And see, this is how the cycle of violence continues in communities. So just like me, that young man was released from that same hospital back into that same community with no services and support to help him heal. And I strongly believe his unaddressed trauma played a huge role with me getting shot years later. But that's the experience of so many survivors across the country. And so I wanted to do something about it. So I joined Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice. And the one thing that I do is I listen to survivors. That's the most important thing that I listen to is survivors. I listen to the survivors, the mothers who have struggled to bury their loved ones, that had no idea about the victim compensation program. I listen to the survivors that don't have any place to go to get access to mental health services and support in their community. I listen to the survivors that struggle with housing eviction, job loss after becoming a victim of a violent crime with little to no support. And so that listening is what drives our work at the Alliance for Safety and Justice, the work that we've been doing for the past 10 years of really talking to crime victims and listening to what their experiences are with the justice system, but also what the solutions that they would like to see. And so in 2016, we released the first ever national survey of crime victims' views on safety and justice. And just last year, when there was a lot of conversation about responses to violence, we released another survey that found that the majority of crime victims across this country prefer a justice system that focuses more on shorter prison sentences, prevention, and rehabilitation rather than over-incarceration and excessive punishment. We also found out that the justice system is not helping crime victims. You know, despite there being a victim compensation program in every state in the country, 96% of crime victims do not access victim compensation. The majority of crime victims do not access victim services. In fact, only 9% of victims actually get any victim services at all. So the justice system is failing communities, and the justice system is failing crime victims across the country. But there's reason for hope. There's reason for hope because survivors are organizing across the country, because as people who have experienced crime and violence, we know how to stop the cycle of violence in our communities. We know that survivors need access to healing services, survivors need access to prevention programs, and we need to invest more in the organizations that's doing the work across the country. But we still are going up against a system that was designed to make victims feel less safe, make victims feel less protected. And so we all have heard of the term victims' rights. For decades, victims' rights have been synonymous with punishment. So what does it actually look like to have victims' rights to be more synonymous with healing? What would it look like if every crime victim received a card that says the right to trauma recovery? What if this card, in fact, listed out what, as crime victims, you are entitled to as your basic right? It might include some of these following things: the right to safe and stable housing after being a victim, the right to secure your employment, to give you the necessary time to grieve and heal after becoming a victim, the right to be safe from deportation after you or your loved one experience crime and violence, the right to go to any place in your community to access comprehensive mental health services and healing support, and the right to get immediate help after becoming a victim of a violent crime without all of the red tape. The right to make sure that all crime victims, no matter who caused that harm, can access services and support for their families, even if that includes victims who have been victims of law enforcement as well. So if this right to trauma recovery had actually existed, over 90% of the people who are in our criminal justice system who have been victims of a crime before would have had the services and the support that they needed long before they came in contact with the justice system. So there are like concrete steps that we can take to really build what we call this right to trauma recovery and help to remove the barriers for survivors to get support and services. And so this change that has been happening across the country through Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice is bringing survivors together to provide peer-to-peer support, community healing, leadership development through training survivors to share their stories, train them to understand the legislative process, training them to write their own laws in their own names, but most importantly, making sure that survivors are at the center of public safety, making policies and bringing survivors to state capitals across the country. And we've been winning, y'all. Through our work at Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice, we've been able to pass over 90 legislative reforms across the country that included changing victim compensation programs in about 10 states. Things like extending the time limit for victims to apply for compensation. Across the country in communities that I go to, most victims have never heard of compensation before. It's 3 years, 5 years, 10 years later, they heard about the program, but because of the policies that we have, they are excluded from compensation. So we're changing those lives to extend those time limits. We also are expanding who can apply for victims' compensation programs as well. We've changed laws that remove the barrier for people who have a felony record or on probation or parole. You weren't able to get compensation, but those laws are changing across the country. But we're also working to build a stronger infrastructure of victim services in communities. So when I go to places like Detroit, East St. Louis, Miami, Chicago, where Maria is from, there is an infrastructure of victim services in our communities. And so how do we build this infrastructure in communities? We do that by establishing more trauma recovery centers, a place where every survivor can go to get access to comprehensive mental health services and support without all of the red tape, without having to cooperate with law enforcement, without having to go through all the hoops and hurdles that comes with access to victim services and healing. So we started with one of these trauma recovery centers in California. Now we have 52 trauma recovery centers across the country. And this thanks to leaders like Kathy and Jill. We got the first trauma recovery center in the state of Texas, right? And we are working to expand this model across the country, including here in DC as well. But survivors also have been the leading stakeholder in passing criminal justice reforms to incentivize people who are incarcerated to get rehabilitation, because they're coming home one day and they're coming back into our community. So we passed laws to incentivize rehabilitation. We passed laws that have reduced incarceration by the thousands and have allowed millions of people with old records to now access stability by clearing their old records as well. In order to achieve true safety in our country, we need to listen to survivors. We need to listen to the experiences of the people who have been harmed by violence, because we are the experts and we know what the solutions are. In order to achieve true safety in this country, we got to bring together survivors, advocates, researchers, politicians across the aisle to build a better vision of safety and healing. And we can do that by building a community. We can do that by building the skills so survivors have the leadership development training. And we can do that by changing policies and laws across the country. So I'm excited what 2024 have to come for all of us in this room. We cannot go back to being tough on crime. We have to hold our frontline members and leaders to build more safety and healing across the country. And before I leave today, I want you all to just think about that teenager that shot me. What if that young man had the services and resources that he needed to heal? You know, what if the billions of dollars that we spend on the criminal justice system, what if we spend every dollar investing in community safety and healing? We can prevent an immense amount of crime from happening. We can stop the cycles of people going in and out of the justice system. It can happen, and I know it will happen with the leaders of you all in this room. So thank you all so much for having me here today, and I'm excited to be doing this work with you all. Thank you.
All right, that wraps up day one. I hope to see you all around 9:30 tomorrow for breakfast. Please make sure you bring your name badge. And I know some of us are going to be going out for drinks later, happy hour, or back to our hotels for a nice nap. Enjoy yourself, and got a big day tomorrow. Thank you all so much.